Building. What's going on, everybody? Shout out to the fam. Make sure my volume is good. 1 second here. Oh, that's the stop sharing. All right. All right, all right. All right, we're good to go. Shout out to the fam. What's going on, everybody? Shout out to the fam. Been a minute, right? On this Sunday. Peace, power, and profit to everybody. Hope everybody's having a great day. As you can see, I'm coming in a little bit all over the place, getting it set up, of course, and want to share it out to a few social sites that way, at least, and to get out there. Of course, this is nothing planned. I have this impromptu energy of late where I just come on, right? But today in particular, I want to be able to come on and speak a little bit about what I've been seeing, of course, in the markets. We close to an election. We've had so many conversations leading up to this moment, right? We went through this back in 2019 into 2020 scenario. We went through all the pre-course in terms of what to look for when you got all this chaotic energy going on. And of course, again, in the end of 2020 going into 2021 as well. That's very important because again, we're talking about election cycles. What are the ramifications when it comes to dealing with the market, when it comes to dealing with, again, just governing your financial sphere as that may be, how important that is. And so I think right now is a great time to come back, right? The prodigal son comes back and speak a little bit about this, right? Because I think we're at a very pivotal point, right? I think we're at a crucible area of not only governance, but our financial future as a whole in terms of how we should begin to start looking a little bit more careful at our financial situation, right? So again, peace, power, and profit to you all this evening. Sound check. Can you guys hear me clearly? What's going on, Iowa? I see you in the building. Shout out to you. Shout out to Brother Baptist in the building. I see you as well. Sister Monica in the building. Let me repeat that. Miss Dr. Monica Lamb in the building. All right. Miss Dr. Right? Monica Lamb in the building. Shout out to her as well. Happy to have her here, as always, being, wonderful. A great source of knowledge and insight and energy and everything that's great, right? She's a great orb for us as patrons of her knowledge and wealth that she's shared with us over the years. So again, I want to give a shout out to Sister Monica Lamb for, again, let me rephrase that again, Dr. Monica Lamb, all right, for you guys out there. So what's going on, Brother Chaos Rain? I see you in the building. Over Brand, I see you as well. Shout out to you, man. Peace, power, and profit, guys. Hope you guys doing well today. Good to see you guys in the building again here on this Sunday. So I'm gonna get the link and throw it in there. So as you can see from my topic here, again, impromptu situation here. I just want to talk a little bit about what's going on. Again, we're going into an election year where there's a lot on the table, right? There's a lot on the table. All right. There's a lot of interesting things that we may need to discuss here. And far from me to kind of, come on here with my perspective in terms of my personal feelings. Of course, I have my views about these different scenarios that's dealing with the election. I have my personal views dealing with the market, although they are canvassed across a lot of the ideology that you guys are already probably thinking about, what you guys been able to see from, watching the market, engaging it, all the asset classes, just where the money that in general, where it's going, where they're, preparing for it to go when that day comes, of course, after the election as a whole. So it's a lot of things on the table right now, right? And y'all you guys got to forgive my little sandwich right there, right? I was getting ready to eat lunch and I said, I'm jumping on here. We're going to have this discussion, right? We're going to talk about this, even if it's just for 30 minutes to an hour, guys. I'm not going to hold you guys long. I know you guys are busy. Again, this is impromptu. But I want to talk about it because there's a lot of things that we've been seeing. I'm pretty sure you guys have been in and out these different platforms or these different conversation rooms where they're speaking about the importance of the election as a whole, just the importance of the markets, where we are with that. And, it'd be remiss again if I didn't come on and share my thoughts and, at least the perspective that I'm also seeing as well with you guys, right? I could, consider you guys, my little, constituents or my core, meaning, we're in this together. Like all of us are part of this financial senate, if you will, right? And we have our own different ideologies. So, I think it's important to be able to kind of share that with people who have a like mind and look at the world, from a very, critical perspective. Where I'm pretty sure, none of us have drone mentalities here. It just wouldn't be the right course of action to take if you are, again, a student of financial literacy, right, as a whole, right? So shout out to everybody in the building. Good to see you guys again. Let's jump into this conversation, man. I'm really kind of, I'm stuck in this, I don't know if it's personal, it's intentional, if it's whatever the course of action that we've been, witnessing over the past, let's say last 2 years to be exact, right? We came out of a high inflationary environment where we saw a lot of things happening. Of course, inside of the stock market, we saw a lot of questionable acts coming out of the administration as a whole when it came to delegation of money, issuance of bonds, T-bills, this, that, and the third. Again, the global market as a whole, what we saw what China was doing, of course, India, these emerging markets. And it's just crazy how literally from even last year, 2023, of course, in terms of the summer time frame to where we are now, how we, somewhat kind of painted this facade that everything is okay, right? The ideal of a soft landing, that you've been hearing in terms of the Federal Reserve is very prevalent right now, right? Which I still see that there's questions with that, but here we are, right? I want to talk about it. And I want to talk about it with you guys because I know you guys are very well equipped to have this conversation. All right, what's going on, Marve? Good to see you in the building. There was a positive job report on Friday. It was very strong. It was a very strong positive jobs report. Not only that, what we got out of the jobs numbers as well, what we've been getting on average in aggregate over the past, I don't want to say at least 7-8 months. And we know that, again, even that's questionable now because it turned out that they were fudging the numbers, meaning the administration, when it came to the job numbers, right? We had all these massive revisions, month after they delivered a non-farm payroll number. We got, the next month there's revisions. And then all of a sudden when we get to having, I guess what they call their annual, their annual revision value of terms and where the market was at the top of the year in terms of where we are now, at least the job market, what I'm saying, there was a massive discrepancy there, right? You couldn't make this stuff up. You say, what am I eating? It's a little veggie sandwich, man. Ain't nothing on there that you guys probably want. It's some plant food and plantains, literally. All right, but no. So yeah, so I want to talk about that with you guys a little bit here. If it just a couple of minutes here, just kind of take the temperature of you guys, what you guys been seeing out there. What are your thoughts in terms of the market in relation to what we've been seeing? With all the prospects going into next year in terms of the election, the ramifications with that, if there are any in your mind. Of course, we've been trained to realize that we don't get caught up necessarily in the value of elections unless we know it's going to affect a certain industry or aspect of the market that we may need to pay attention to. Meaning, if you have money in the game, how do you position for that? What do you look for to, to become a little bit more defensive, if you will, right? So again, I'm just, excited to be here speaking with you guys. As always, again, it's been a minute. There's a lot of stuff been going on. You guys like, well, what happened to brother Africa Porter just fall off the scene? Well, a lot of things been happening on the back side of the front side of my market value, meaning life and family and stuff like that. So just kind of getting through a lot of that. It's just been, a long road here where we've had some, some passings in the family, right? We've had some sicknesses in the family. So a lot of things been going on. So I just kind of pulled back a little bit and kind of put my energy where I think it was most needed in terms of being a good support system and things like that. So that's the, the short version of it, of course, but essentially it was very well needed. It's just a lot of things going on. Just put it in layman terms, right? So with that being said, guys, let me get this Zoom link, because I'm an open forum type of person. I'm not a dictator in no form or fashion. And I definitely don't deal in authoritarian type, authoritative discussions where I just kind of lead and don't necessarily let other people kind of get their conversations off in terms of what they think, right? So let me get this link here real quick, and we can have this conversation a little bit here about what are you guys thinking about in terms of market as a whole, what's going on as far as, again, this issue with this hurricane. That's another one in itself. What's going on in terms of, again, the financial, sphere in terms of, how are you positioning yourself? And I coined that, stocks, social issues, and survival for that reason, because again, we're talking about, your financial disposition. That's a part of your survival. It clearly is, the bread and butter in terms of how you live, your livelihood. So, what better, terminology to use in this moment, because I do feel like for a lot of people it is survival, right? We've watched, how, the economy has shifted so much so of late, where it's just really hard for people to kind of really get any, substantial footing underneath them where they can, really put forth either a savings or an investment portfolio, or they just getting by, whatever the case is. So I do believe a lot of people are, playing, the game of survival right now, right? And it seems great on paper. Again, when you look at the stock market, we're talking about all-time highs, but then again, we have people who are really, really stuck, out there right now. And that's beyond the idea of the hurricane situation. So again, I want to talk about it a little bit with you guys here. So bear with me a little bit, guys. I'm a little rusty here on the live. Just most of my stuff in, behind the scene, like I always do, of course, speaking to people privately and doing our own little, investment things like that, in private sessions. But beyond that, just being back with you guys, I'm grateful to be here today. So what's going on, Big Boom? I see you in the building. Shout out to you, man. Peace, power, and profit to you guys, right? A lot of stuff going on that, again, I know you guys got on your mental you want to talk about. Oh, but Chris, I see you in the building. You popped in here. Shout out to you, man. How you doing today on this Sunday? What's going on with you as well?
Peace, power, and profit. Oh, well, I'm doing well. How about you, man?
Man, I'm just making it, man. Just trying to, kind of stay in the fold a little bit. Again, just as always, following you guys and being support wherever I can. And excited to see you guys making, again, conquering your goals, smashing it out the park as always. So shout out to you again for what you've been accomplishing as well. So, can't say that enough, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, man, again, as you can see with the topics here, just we don't have this discussion. It's just been a while since we all had our own little chop it up sessions, right? Dr. Monica in the building, as y'all can see that. Dr. Monica in the building. Good to see her in the building. Let me make sure I put this, get the viewfinder here where we can get everybody. I know Zoom is different, of course. It always has its way of trying to make the speaker the gallery view a little bit, but I want to change it up so everybody can be seen here. All right. Awesome. How you doing today, Sister Monica? I see you as well. Shout out to you as well. Again, we always have this thing where we just get used to calling people like by nicknames, like, that's Pookie, that's Ray Ray. So but when you get interesting titles attached to your name because of prestigious work, we have to pay homage to that. And so I want to be the first to say again, congratulations to you, Miss Dr. Monica Lamb, because you've been putting in work. So you want to tell us a little bit about all the great accomplishments you've been having lately?
Peace, power, and profit. It's good to see you. Hey, I'm digging the hair.
Yes.
Yeah, listen, I'm a little heartbroken right now because the Buffs lost it.
Okay, I see you got the Bills shirt on. Well, again, it is the season too. Well, we're like, what, second game in, is it?
Fourth.
Okay, see, that lets you know I'm off.
Well, five, because they
already got 5 in. All right, yeah, it's going quick.
Yeah, it's going by fast.
Yeah, right, because September, right? Labor Day, then right into you, right?
Yeah, I listen. I put one jersey on, take one off, put the other one on. You know, I got two cousins in the NFL, so I switch them
Yeah,
out,
yeah,
switch them in. So yeah, a little heartbroken. They just lost, but it's okay.
that's
Um,
all right.
yeah. So I've been man, since I last chopped it up with you, my latest community
Falling
work.
asleep on the live is what she been doing.
I
And
did.
Uh-oh.
I fell asleep the other day because I was so. Listen, my latest work has been. What's up, Chris? My latest work has been with under the environmental justice banner, climate change, environmental justice, and
Mm,
you always would tell us follow the money,
yeah.
and there's so much money underneath it for underserved. So basically, what's going on, just in a brief nutshell, they have Justice 40, which was a bill that was previous for the climate change, has now rediverted their funds into uh, helping with training, capacity building, uh, awareness, STEM youth programs and awareness education for environmental justice. It's kind of
Mm,
twofold. The conversation is twofold, so you got to be very careful. So it's like revitalization and gentrification at the same time.
okay.
However, if we approach it correctly, we can gentrify our own community and and benefit at the same time. But
Right.
revitalization. So a lot of the funding that is for community help and support. We were fortunate. Our new representative here in the Lower Richland area used to work in his career. He did his career down in Minnesota area, but he worked a lot in environmental justice and DEI, but got a lot of money under those bills to help revitalize communities. So now he's back. Make a long story short, he's in the Lower Richland area and he's
Okay.
exposed us to it. And it's so much money. We're getting ready to revitalize Lower Richland, but how it's being done. And Garfield talked about this a while ago with the 100 Men and Women team. And at the time, of course, I didn't have the knowledge. But ideally, if someone wanted to revisit that conversation,
Yeah.
now they could get some money to revitalize a community based on environmental justice issues. Because
Well,
the
we was ESG warriors and
yep.
the value of understanding from an investment cycle way
Mhm.
back when it was kind of still nuanced, but it was, again, we know how the market think. Market is forward thinking, it's forward looking. So while they were talking about it in the nuance, of course, we were privy to it because we were following those kind of,
Yeah.
those investment, again, if you want to call them the little caches or whatever, of people trying to get ahead of that early on. Again, your Bill Ackmans, Peter Thiels, those
Mhm.
type, Shamat, of course, in some of those cases, over Chris, those guys, they were already speaking about it. And we
Mhm.
were looking into that, right? Because again, there are, ESG type investments in terms of ETFs. There's actually a whole, entities that you can invest in. And it led right into the Biden administration that came about with all this climate, change stuff, which
Yep.
that was one of the biggest monikers that they were behind because we were talking about, the idea of what that looks like in terms of being carbon neutral, the
Yes.
whole value with that, because they just allocate a lot of money to it. Whether the science was
I
already ready or not, they just said, well, let's dump this money out there and let's sit on it until, these private contractors come forward and bid for it, being in grant form or just, how they was kind of trying to dole it out. And it was interesting because that had a lot to do with what we, with what we're dealing with now, of course, like anything, but anytime the government gets in the midst of stuff, they're not equipped from a hands-on boots on the ground institution to deal with things that people do on a day-to-day basis, i.e.
right.
yourself, people who really get out there in the trenches to do the work. We're more equipped to it. It's like, it's like having a comedian speak for at a financial, gala. Like, no, this is not your lane, so to speak. So government needs to just put money out there and get out the way. Of course, when they get in the middle of it, that's where red tape
Yeah.
goes. It actually speaks into what we're going to talk about a little bit today with the hurricane stuff. But you're 100% right. So that morphed into something very great in terms of what we've seen now with a lot of these companies in terms of how they've shifted the whole migration that you got with China.
Mhm.
Again, them having that Cold War, if you want to call it that, is a manufacturing Cold War, but we've already lost that war because we've outsourced so much, right? We let China get ahead of the mineral game. We let China get ahead of the manufacturing game. There's nothing you can do about it. You can't reverse that, put that genie back in the bottle, overnight with an election, with a 4-year presidency. It does not work that way, right? It takes a lot of money to move a business, of those magnitude. We talk about market caps well into the trillions now. We talk about $1 trillion market caps. And it's just like, it was just yesterday, 2017, 2018, 2019, we were excited to see companies hit, 200 billion and 300 billion and 100 billion. Now these guys up in the trillions.
Yes.
And yet we're dealing with, government deficits in the trillions now. So it's like, okay, where all this money coming from? More importantly, where is it going? Because apparently it's not really where it needs to be, right? For a lot of reasons. Hence what we're talking about today as well with this hurricane stuff and many other things when it comes to migrants. And again, this it's a whole can of worms out there of conversations that I know we yet to discuss that we can get to. But no, I'm excited to hear that again for yourself as well, because you've always been, again, in my opinion, and when we say social justice warriors, that term gets thrown around loosely for a lot of people because they don't understand what it's like in terms of people who actually are boots on the ground, who are, very, again, I should say focused in terms of their business acumen and what they do on a daily basis, meaning the people they deal with. I'm not talking about a person who has, maybe 1 or 2 people in their team and they're just working from a lot of, statistical data, but actually getting out there, meeting people where they are, traveling, going to places, which you definitely have done throughout your career as a whole. You get a chance to take the pulse of the people, right? When you in and out these different communities. So I believe in terms of, ESG, if we're going to talk about environment and social governance, you are definitely, when it comes to things, South Carolina, you need to be at the top of that list. I'm not privy with a lot of people who are there doing that, but I can assure you that, your resume, again, precedes you in that perspective that you can definitely speak to that. And interesting enough, again, we see how money gets allocated, and again, it gets squandered, it gets picked up through all these, French groups who are just jumping the line because they know someone, right? It's the whole nepotism reality with that. And it's just weird, so again, it's the I should say the forward-looking aspect of that is now that if we do change this president's seat, okay, you're going back into, all out fossil fuel industry laden administration, because again, if Trump gets back in there, he's gonna drill. And a lot of that money that's allocated for ESG, again, they're gonna be very finicky in terms of where it's gonna go if they don't even stop it. Well, some of it, I should say, but it's a lot. Again, it's a lot to talk about.
It is. You mentioned carbonization.
Yes.
So I was privileged to go to the National Association of Black Ecologists science conference, and there was one guy from, I think, South Dakota, the only contractor that is doing research on carbon waste. So since he was the only one, he and nobody else is understanding it, he's now being tasked to train or share. He's going down to Mississippi, Louisiana. There was a study. This is a whole nother, I'm not going to take you off topic, but I do want to say this because it's a whole nother conversation. We got to catch up. In reference to the to FEMA and what they're doing as for what they're doing with the money, because I was telling somebody else, I say, shoot, when Hurricane Katrina hit, they ain't build no houses then either. So they give us no money then either. They give us $1,000, $1,200. If that, they're forcing people into SBA, okay, so remember COVID, you had all that disaster funding, right? Well, they're trying to force people into that pot of money, into the disaster relief. So when you fill out the FEMA app, right, if you if you probably have a job and some insurance, they sending you straight to a disaster loan.
Right.
If
So they're not,
your
it's not grant, it's not allocated
nope.
money that's put there for that reason to help.
Exactly.
Well, again, see, this is why I say like mine, you know as well as anybody, because again, you've been again, you know, native Louisiana, you know what it was like having family members go through that. You know what it's like as a person who deals with contracts, grants, you know, and when it comes to the governmental agencies as a whole. And again, what better person to have this discussion with is with you, because now you're seeing how with this new FEMA scenario, I'm sure y'all already got the briefing. I'm gonna remind y'all, but we're literally out of money with FEMA.
Yep.
They gave literally all the money that was allocated for disaster relief is going to migrants, and it is going to other, you know, again, other institutions. I'll just say that before I kind of get into my my tinfoil hat scenario, but we're out of money. We have no money for disaster relief, and it's, if anything is left, like you said, if in terms of the SBA or whatever, in terms of that, they're getting people who've lost everything set up for loans as opposed to grants. Makes no sense to me when you got migrants living literally rent free in this country, and they paid out one dime of taxes. So
this is another scenario spin I want and get your take on it, right? Yeah. So you know, it's always more than one way to skin a cat, right? Yeah. And remember, I said there's a lot of funding under the EPA, Department of Energy banner. Now watch, when the hurricane hit, not only did we have the flood problem, you had power issues. All the power went off all over the place. So when FEMA first plotted their areas of support, they left out a lot of areas where the power went out, power outages for a week, and people lost a lot. Food, water was interrupted in the rural areas with the wells and craziness. So I say that to say this: Department of Energy, and we're gonna look into it. We need to dig into this. Department of Energy has a whole lot of money out there right now based on environmental. Carbon waste and nuclear waste storage, right? So energy. So keep in mind power outages, and so they're gonna force people, in my opinion, they're gonna force communities in order to rebuild. Instead of trying to rebuild under the banner of FEMA, you're gonna be forced to tap into the environmental funds, environmental justice funds, Department of Energy money, because all of that has revitalization funding in there for rural areas. Like revolving, Yes, and guess where the hurricane hit the most? In the rural area, in the rural mountains.
We talk about the Bend. Y'all know my family is right there in Tallahassee. I got family here. I got family throughout. Those guys, they hit right in that Bend, and it just laid waste. Even all through Atlanta. I mean, the power outages, the flooding, it was bigger than what it was perceived in the beginning. They really underestimated this storm. And
it turned into areas where you wouldn't necessarily have the actual storm.
So these are not hurricane prone, I should say, lanes, if you will. I mean, some of them are tornado value, but it really was it was a big scenario. It was bigger than what they thought.
So watch how what our communities have to do, if they're gonna revitalize their communities based on disasters and hazards being key word. When we think disasters, we always only think FEMA, but there's disaster funding in other areas. They're gonna revitalize their community based on the other areas, and we're stuck on just FEMA, and we really have to dig into where the money and the politicians or the leadership in your area, because for example, Richland County got upset they wasn't on the list. Well, almost the whole Richland County was out of power for a week. So FEMA said you have to have at least 25 houses affected before we can put you on. Well, of course, now they had to go out, survey, and then put everybody on. Now they're on. But in the same sense, guess what? What you just said. If you only giving out $750 and people are still out of power, how that's going to help them? It's not.
It's a laugh. Again, it's enough to make you just like, again, I have my personal views. I'm pretty sure you guys have your personal views too. And one thing I've understood about dealing with well, in terms of my perspective, in terms of when you've seen how government agency is slated and purported to be, again, they are again the source of last defense. They are the again the backbone of your taxation in a way where it's supposed to be, again, as we would say in the military, fit to fight. If something pops off, they need to be, their boots on the ground, again, layers on, whatever, doling out, tasks, this, that, and the third. But it seemed that has gotten worse. Katrina was the first to kind of give us a blueprint of what to look for. We've had previous before that. Again, I'm from Florida. I lived through so many hurricanes, but it's when we saw the destruction of Katrina, and then you say, okay, well, this is, we don't want to have to deal with that ever again. I mean, the death toll was just uncanny, the amount of suffering, the lack of resources that was obviously piped into the community. And you had, like always, you had this so-called quote unquote American spirit that's always been relevant with us because we just galvanized, try to help what we could. This time is worse. All right. They're blocking people from, they're blocking citizens from trying to help other citizens.
Yes, say it again.
So that tells you something. It's either one or two things happening here, right? This is it's purposeful. Again, I can't sit here in good faith and good consciousness and act as if this is not purposeful. Number one, because again, that's like, if I'm in a battlefield environment, if I'm on the battlefield, I see your brother go down, and then you got instructions from a higher up saying, "Well, that's not your job to help your fellow soldier. We'll send a recon team in to get everybody to the battlefield." If they're in your purview, you help that soldier, right? No soldier left behind. This is not the energy. You're not getting that from the government today. You're getting a lot of stonewalling, you're getting a lot of blocking, like getting a lot of gatekeeping, you're getting a lot of suppression, you're getting a lot of censorship, you're getting a lot of everything that's unconstitutional under the banner of we the people. That's, again, in terms of how we look at being able to help our fellow neighbors or help in general. If you want to, if it's in your heart to help, they're not allowing it to happen. They're blocking aid, they're blocking, they're just blocking everybody. I mean, we can go down that rabbit hole, but just on face value, just being able to speak to that, I'm sure you guys have seen it, wherever you guys get your news or however you've been able to kind of, decipher what's going on. I would have never thought that it could be at this level, right? We're seeing it like right up front in your face. Now we deal with the market, so we see everything. All right, we're not surprised. Once you get into the market, you see exactly how the game works. You're seeing, who's, whose pocket. You see where a lot of the money is going, where a lot of it is hidden in a lot of places. So we're not surprised when we see things, but it kind of hits different when you realize, okay, when you're dealing with natural disasters, because, the investment, I should say the investment landscape really don't have the power to hold up those kind of realities when it comes to, again, people who just want to help. Again, churches, whomever, people trying to help. They have no influence over the government, right? In terms of telling them, wait, let's get our people in place first. Let's do it. Let's put a memo on this before we kind of do anything. Or could they? Who knows? But it's interesting watching how they're just literally allowing these people to crash out. And not, they letting politicians just take this fall. They're letting, again, local people take the fall. And other people sitting back like, what are y'all talking about? You guys gonna let these people just, suffer? Are we going through Katrina all over again? And I think that's what I'm seeing, again, just being honest about it. But I don't know. I mean, I just want to have this conversation because I'm sitting there watching all this stuff. I'm like, this can't be real. Like, people can't be, are we there yet? Are we there now where we're that desensitized to reality? I don't know. What do you think, Obo Brand? I see you popped in the building. I mean, you're dealing with a whole other, issue in itself up there in the Chi-Town, man. And I mean, so much to talk about. Again, just talking about, just speaking about in general what's going on in government as a whole, but around the countries. What's going on with you, Obo Brand? I see you popped in here. Peace, power, profit, man.
Peace, man. How y'all doing?
Man,
Good to see you, Obo.
Good to hear you, man. Good to see you as well.
Oh man. Just to piggyback what Dr. Monica said, I when she spoke about the revitalizing part, I mean, I think it's also opportunities for companies to get in there and redo some new infrastructure. So that might be a play. That's why, they're holding back certain fundings for, some of these companies that might have a bigger bag or bigger infrastructure to help out these communities. Now, does that actually help out the communities? No, because the communities are going to be the ones to pay for this as well. So, and it's interesting that she spoke about energy because that's some research that I'm doing right now, as far as like the data centers and
Mm.
what energy companies are going to be powering these data centers. So, that might be a play in itself right there. So, but no, I mean, it is somewhat sickening to think about. Okay, you can't help your fellow neighbors at times like this. Like, I don't know if anybody got caught or anybody got fined yet for helping a neighbor out in this type of situation. But I
Well,
can't be the one to stand on my,
well,
stand for this, stand on my own feet. I'll go ahead, Mo.
no, you go.
I mean, like seeing this in the news, and it's not even in the news. It's more so like on social media than in the news. Uh, you know, that's one plus for TikTok in my book. But I mean, it's sickening. I probably seen probably like 4 or 5 people that's helping somebody out, not even on the news, but like through TikTok, that's actually helping people out. And doesn't make any sense. Like FEMA's not helping.
Yep.
This is what I heard. I mean, Red Cross is not even what boots on the ground. They're just talking. So I don't know what to really say about this. I mean, it feels like Katrina all over again,
It
if anything.
does.
Yeah,
It,
there.
it totally feels like it. Not only that, and you can speak to this again, Sister Monica, you definitely had, people who's affected by this personally too. Um, again, when I was saying that it almost feels intentional with it, which it does, all the optics of it just seems very intentional because you can't be this, and I got to use these type of conversation or these type of words, y'all got to forgive me here, but the level of incompetence. If we were, again, we were talking about, if I'm looking at it from a military perspective, right? There's no way a unit would go out, unprepared, who's been trained to do this. You go through drills and training for a reason. Again, think about an athlete. Think about a person who does things on a high level. You've been drilled and pressed to be able to do these things, right? This whole purpose of practice makes what? Perfect, right? And we talking about practice, okay, AI. We talking about practice, yeah, practice. And then you get in these situations, there's a fallout. Like everybody just lost everything. But it's not even that, because I would say this to people who are first responders or people who, in their mind, who's geared up waiting for this stuff. 'Cause a lot of people, they just like, they dread it, but when it happens, they want it to happen because they want to test their not. And then you got bureaucratic red tape. They got these people, hands tied behind their back, right? They can only do so much because you got people at the top. Everybody's trying to, prove that they got power, whatever the case is, and they're just slowing everybody up, right? Again, they killed all the airspace above those areas. They killed the airspace. You can't fly drones over it. You can't, like, how you going? You got all this technology, but you don't want to use it for search and rescue. Like, this is intentional. You can't make it. You can't posit it no other way, because there's no way you can make sense of it again, from a conscious perspective, and say that this is not what it is. All right. Again, you got private industry. You got, again, Elon was trying to help them with satellites. They sent them away. That's political because he endorsed the other guy. Like, you don't tell this guy, he's giving you free, again, access to resources, and you're gonna turn that guy away. Well, here's what's interesting. When he gave all those Starlink satellites to Ukraine, they didn't block that. They greenlit that. Hey, dump them. And then, all of a sudden they turned on it, right? You couldn't make this. What was my point? So, I mean, how are we to look at government going forward? as again, we talk about agency. How are you going to look at your government going forward, knowing that these things are actually happening? Or if you do have a different perspective, I'm welcome to hear it because I can't make sense of it. And I'm just sitting there looking at this like, okay, in any given scenario, this would have been catastrophic, not only for markets, it would have been catastrophic for a lot of, again, small businesses and local municipalities as a whole. This doesn't sit well in terms of the psyche of people, right? When it comes to, hey, we've been through this. Why are we regressing? We're not progressing. We're regressing in these situations. This is horrible, right? So I'm just curious, what do you guys think about this? Because we got an election coming up in less than a month. Less than a month. We got what, 29 days now for to this election.
We got a problem. We had in the Carolina, we have a problem with federal and state and the local. Somebody fighting who's going to do this and who's going to do that. It took them so long to get an announcement out. People, I mean, the flood was already there. We like, what are y'all waiting on? I called there. I know. And you know what? To go through it is you be like,
right.
Like you said, when you military, like you already, when you see it coming, we already boots on the ground. We're not waiting for it to happen and then come back and figure out how we're gonna.
We have units that are on the tarmac with Humvees gassed up, Deuce and they got stuff gassed up. They ready. They're just waiting to get the go ahead. And I'm like,
we got power struggle going on over here. It's
a big power struggle because I know those reservist guys. I know those National Guard guys. Yes. I know anybody that's even around the water on the Coast Guard side. Them guys sitting there like to their back, like, hey, what we got anything yet? We got in the news yet?
Even
what was General Honore? And
you can't get no worse than Houston, though. Can't get no worse than Houston.
Oh shit, Chris, let me tell you something.
It's a mess.
It's look, even a state guard was on, and AE, state guard is just like an extra group of, prior service members who just kind of sitting around and say, hey, I'm here to help you. You need me to do something.
Just let us know. They
were already, I called the guy and he said, Mo, we can't. I say, I know y'all need administrative help because y'all don't, y'all are normally people on the ground. You need some administrative help. He's like, well, you're not a part. You didn't join, so they're not going to let you come and help. But we do need help, right? You have all of this. You said the best words I can ever say. How do you have all these smart people and nobody know how to plan? Nobody knows how to meet a disaster. And, in reference to that community, them keeping people from helping.
Yep.
Somebody sent me a post. I promise you, the very next morning, right? Like maybe 2 or 3 hours after the hurricane had passed through, no more rain, but it was still causing this problem. But it had passed through that next morning, Friday. Me and my friends got on the line. We already knew what area to go and help. No power. We activate. We get a message. Hey, y'all need to leave this to the authorities. I don't know who you're talking to. I don't know who you're talking to because I'm not letting my people starve because you want me to wait on McMaster's to make a decision whether or not our area is FEMA disaster approval. No, we good. We're going to go make sure our people are good.
Think about that. You're telling family members they don't have the
authority,
the mental and the bloodline authority to help their family. Beyond if it just being a stranger or people that want to help out, you're getting family members turned away at gunpoint. I'm sure y'all seen all this stuff. This all over the news. They've been trying to censor it. YouTube been censoring it. Only way you can really post stuff is on X or Telegram, excuse me. But like all these, you got to say it. You just got to go and say all these democratic censored or shielding institutions where the mainstream media has influence. They're shielding a lot of this stuff. Again, drone footage being shielded. The only way you can see it is on X and these different areas. So again, if this is homegrown, they're personally doing this on homegrown. Again, what are your thoughts, Chris? You were saying something?
I mean, it's some dangerous times. That's all I know. And it's really blatant, man. It's really blatant. Yeah. And I just don't really understand how people can see this, experience this, and then say, "Oh, well, I'm still gonna vote blue." And I'm just like, you voting against your own interests. Why? Why? Oh, well, Trump, he's gonna ruin the country. Like, what is this whole thing about hating Donald Trump so much? I'm just like, y'all pouring all y'all emotions into, his personality, not the work he's done or gonna do. They can't name anything. Oh, he did this and that, and he don't care about women. I'm just like, what? Like, you're getting caught up in the clown show. I call it American bread and circus. And you see it's ruining the country right now. They fact checking everything. They saying that he's saying a lot of false stuff, and I'm just like, man, no. I see the agenda. Forget,
it's very blatant. Again,
yeah.
Again, to piggyback on that, and this is not a I should say, a political, endorsement or data or a dissent in either fashion. But we speak about it in the way that we're supposed to, and it's based in commonality, common sense, and consciousness, right? And every aspect of understanding what is it like to be a person seeing other people suffering, and the first thing you do is you look to those who are in power, who are at the top. That's how reality works in terms of agency. Where are those agencies? Where are the people who are in charge? Because if not, if the citizenry had anything to do with it, we know what it'll look like right now. All these people who sit around like, this is my moment, whether they doing it for clout or not, they got them truck gassed up, they got baby food, because y'all know what it was with Flint. You had all the private citizens coming together, and the Obama administration did what? Nothing. You had people driving all the way up from Georgia, Midwest area, going up to Michigan to what? With bottled water. And the government was, slow to move. They was, methodical about it. So we know what the energy of the American people, what that will look like. They would go up there. They would risk life and limb for that moment to help people if they feel like they could. So you're getting, again, all this red tape again, and it's very blatant in the aspect of how it's being kind of presented too, because all the press releases are very, very almost like grave, like in terms of how they just even their energy when they get up in front of the camera, they seem very dislocated from the extent of the damage or the extent of the suffering, and it just giving these very vague and kind of we're not really hey, it's all good and y'all just need to go back home and watch football.
Yeah, it's not them. That's why.
That's it right there. Go and get distracted. Don't worry about that.
Exactly.
It's not them. They don't care, or if they do care, they just wait for the paperwork, aka the money to come. So
we're talking about how much money was allocated. And we're talking about as of now, they're saying, well, again, this is all preliminary, but as of now, the amount of damage of this hurricane is estimated at $30 billion. We're talking about $30 billion. FEMA is out of money. FEMA is out of money.
But
this year, well, just kind of putting numbers out there, right? They've already allocated, or what was like, I want to say, it was like close to like, I had pulled up an article earlier, and it was speaking about the amount of money that was already allocated to immigrants, essentially, right? They already just put out, just gave away to immigrants, whatever. We're talking about massive amounts, right? Matter of fact, let me share this real quick here while we're talking. Y'all just keep talking. I'm just share this little.
See,
I know on our end, the federal and state is we have a total disconnect in the who, what, why, and when it comes to getting funded through our states down through our communities based on the South Carolina Emergency strategy that they have in place. And so when we talk in terms when we're talking in terms of the government and I think this is where the hardship for me is oversight, where the federal and state clashes in reference to getting involved with whose responsibility and how and when we're going to allow the feds to fold out in a state. And this is the clash that we're having here in the Carolinas with the feds, the state, and then the local and city councils to help the people on the ground. Is a huge disconnect, and it's becoming a huge problem. It's in reference to resources. So like some of our outlying areas that got hit for the hurricane area, was a lot of it was in the mountains and the people who live off the grids and don't want to have anything to do with government. So we kind of got like twofold problems going on.
That's just one problem.
And yeah, that's, I mean, multiple problems. Let's say it like that. Multiple problems going on. And this is why I kind of gravitated a lot towards the social science side of the house, in where they're shifting funds and we're telling, the organizations that we're training to go after. Matter of fact, we're getting ready to have somebody from environmental justice to come train our organizations on where to go after the funding to help revitalize their areas. Because of how they are controlling and choosing where to put funding at. I just wanted to throw that little piece out.
Yeah, I think we're cooked. We're cooked. There's another hurricane about to hit Florida now.
Yeah,
even stronger.
Yeah. Hurricane Mitch, I think, something like that. Mitchell or Mitch, something like whatever it's called. I posted about it earlier.
Yeah. That means if it hits, our rivers are already at capacity for flooding. So if that hits and we get any longevity rainfall, the whole low country of Carolina is gonna be a problem. We already
massive flooding.
We talking about massive flooding because we already at the top. We already at our rivers rose at least 26 feet in 3 days. So we already at the level of flooding, and you already know when that water pushes down, it's gonna take our whole low country, all of the coast piece is gonna get flooded out. So that's what we're preparing for.
And we're Hurricane Milton, which is odd. It's not odd, but inland areas who really only have small dams that kind of, again, regulate a lot of the water, when you have excessive rain, this, that, and the third, they're not really built for the capacity. We talk about the infrastructure of the country being old and antiquated. And we've had this conversation before, and we talked about these different infrastructure bills and all this stuff about making the country a little bit more resilient to natural disasters, that, and the third. And we're living with third world based level infrastructure with first world type of,
because
money
Carolina gave their money back to the feds. Idiots.
Couldn't make this up.
Anyways,
look what happened to Baltimore Bridge. Look at that. Just collapsed.
Prescott Key Bridge. That's right near my, I guess you could say my backyard.
Right up there. Yeah. I went across that bridge. I was like, man, this thing look like it's gonna fall.
It's horrific when you look at the infrastructure around the country as a whole, and you got people saying, but this is why I say it's becoming one of those scenarios where you can't put political preference over basic survival, as you see in the title, stocks, associated in survival. You can't make that. You can't put forth the conscience to say that these things don't matter just because my political affiliation or me posturing for a political candidate should supersede my ability to survive or my ability to live in a way where my tax dollars are benefiting me, right? The ideal that when we say you're paying into a system that is obviously squandering your resources and you're not really reaping the benefit from it, like that's the level of insanity. Hence the idea that, it's like working for someone who's underpaying you purposely because they feel like you don't have no other alternative. So you sit there and go along with it because you don't have a fallback. or at
Right.
least you think you don't. All right.
Mhm.
But there's no outreach where people are being, given the opportunity to see that there's other things out there that you can start, looking into to help your situation, either through your own agency or getting up with private organizations, whatever the case, because government has become a thing of the past in terms of their effectiveness. They've turned the corner in terms of history, in my opinion, where you're at the point where tyranny is now becoming prevalent, and you're hearing the word like communist. You're hearing conversations like authoritarian. The value of dictatorships and all these different things are becoming more relevant in the conversation piece. You couldn't make this up.
Yeah. Man. That's the reality, man. And people better wake up, man. You gotta wake up. If storms can't do it for you, if the storm can't do it for you, man, and a labor strike can't do it for you, where most of your goods and services come from exports and imports, and you just looking at it as, oh, that's their situation. No. That's not how it works. If they don't get shipments, if those people strike, you don't get food, clothing, or shelter. That shuts all of that down. Then you really gonna be in survival mode. So we was talking the other night, and I'm just like, and I was telling Brandon, I'm like, well, if this was a good economy, as the media said, right? You wouldn't have people. People don't strike in good economies. You don't.
Right.
You don't have people working 3 part-time jobs to try to equal 1 full-time job. To take care of everything. In a good economy, you can spend, go on vacation, and you sleep well at night. That's not what we're dealing with here. All of these other things. The storms just really adding on to the fuel to the fire, and then you still have a recession brewing. So that's why I say the government is cooked. Doesn't matter who gets in office, they're cooked.
They're insolvent. I mean, you're literally watching. You guys are watching the government insolvent right now. Right. Insolvency, yes, we know it to be a scenario where, again, you don't have enough assets. To, again, if we were in a bankruptcy situation here, when we talk about solvency and insolvency, right? Chapter 11 from Chapter 7. When it comes to businesses, we understand the value of what that looks like in terms of Chapter 11. The first thing the debtors do is look at how much assets that you have left, right? What's the total value of your assets left? Does it equate to that of your debt, the equity value, or are you just underwater and there's no way you're solvent, right? Because if you're solvent, then guess what happens? You have to get dissolved, or someone has to come buy you up, right? Buy you out, because you can't function, right? You don't have enough equity, that can be salvaged enough to kind of keep you afloat or keep you in business.
No real collateral.
Again, you got if a agency of the government that's a critical, aspect of again, in terms of governmental agency that's needed because of these situations. We plan for them every year. That's why we have these institutions in play, and they're telling you that they're insolvent because they've been allocating money for, again, illegal migrants. Literally, taxpayers are putting the bill for illegal migrants to break the law to come in here so we can give them a cushy lifestyle that they obviously have not earned or came to get. Yeah. They're going to convince you that, again, this is much more important, or that is much more important than them pulling whatever funds they can probably find or scrap, like they've been doing when it comes to sending money to Ukraine. They've been finding money from everywhere to send the money to Ukraine. It's just magical how they just find 30 billion here, 20 billion here, a billion here. And it's been the same with FEMA. But when it comes to the FEMA scenario, we've literally watched them penny pinch out of FEMA.
Yep.
Federal disaster money is supposed to go in for federal disaster, and they've just been laundering that money to immigrants, that money to immigrants, illegal immigrants. I'm not even calling it immigrants, because you got to call it what it is. I'm not going to play this whole political PC game with people. We adults. They've been laundering that money to illegal immigrants.
Right.
And so now you got a FEMA that's insolvent, and you're in the middle of hurricane season. Hurricane season don't end the next month, right? We're just halfway in.
Technically.
The compounding effect could be catastrophic if you get another one. or at any aspect, even the level of the I should say even the cleanup at this point is being politicized. So we're now becoming a nation of, okay, no, we got to stop and wait until we can get a camera in front of a political figure before we can dole out resources or we can provide any help. We got to we got to stop the press on everybody until we can get these incompetent people in front of the American people just to say what? Nothing.
Right.
So it's just again, it's just uncanny. We're at a point again. We are at a crucible point where there's no turning back, and people are looking at government as a thing of, again, it's everything that's anti upward mobility in terms of the American citizenry. When you talk about your taxpayer, rights or whatever you want, a constitutional right, like that stuff is like it's moot to these politicians. They're not hearing it. They're not hearing it. And how are you going to raise money for, number one, how are you going to replenish those coffers going into the next election cycle, whoever wins, and then who's getting fired? Number one, because we're watching no one get fired. Think about this, guys. No one is getting
Everybody
fired.
got their job.
No one is getting fired right now.
Crazy.
Trump assassinations, no one got fired. Happened twice, no one got fired. Illegal immigration scenarios being an issue where these states are just being overrun and they're providing cover not, and the disasters coming from that, no one is getting fired. Nope. They're getting lawsuits put on certain people who don't toe the line, but no one is getting fired. Make that make sense, because any one of us would have been gone. If you down the line, you fired because we need a scapegoat. But no one's in these top echelon, these circles are getting fired. Mm-hmm. So where are we in terms of, again, the ideal where the accountability factor matters, because apparently it doesn't matter to them if they're not willing to get rid of people who are not, again, slated to handle the job. Okay, what is that telling people on the ground? What is that telling, your citizenry in terms of they're having confidence in the institution that they're paying into? All they see is that, okay, another amount of billion went out the back door and went to Ukraine. Another, tranche of weapons going to Israel. Some money went to Israel. Another, another group of migrants getting put up in another, 4-star living environment where homeless people are out there. They can't get nothing. Like, they're trying to desensitize you. I think this is a failed experiment that's going to go on.
That's facts.
This got to be a psyop. I was writing this to somebody else. This got to be one of the biggest psyops we've ever seen in American history in terms of this level, on this side of modernization, where they're literally looking at you in your face and telling you, bro, I'm not standing in front of you right now.
Right.
Like, I'm just not standing in front of you right now. What you think you see is not me.
Right.
And like, okay, I think so. Like, make it make sense.
Yeah.
I'm just curious to see how this is going to play out, because they're writing their own particular political death certificate, if you ask me. Now, if people out there who are very staunch in their political views, and they'll be so convinced that this is, this doesn't matter. And I'm not, again, this is not a political environment, environment where we're going to sit here and cast aspersions. But you got to look at this stuff and say to yourself, how would someone feel, if the election was tomorrow? I can only imagine what it would look like.
Right.
Yeah. They're gonna put these funds in the hands of the states and the county and the cities, just like they did. Chris, you brought up Houston. When that disaster happened, when that hurricane happened in Houston, I remember that at that time they were looking for, they had taken the funds and they.
Hold on, what time is this?
I want to say it was Harvey.
Oh yeah.
It was when Harvey and Ike, I think, hit back to back.
Mm-hmm.
That was
when the NAACP filed the lawsuit,
right,
based on contractors that in the state getting their fair chance and contractors not coming from foreign areas, right? And and making sure that the people within the the Houston area or that disasters area had the fair chance of not only just the contracts, but also employment. And NAACP filed a lawsuit saying that they weren't giving the minority contractors, or in particular African Americans, fair chance at the contracts. And so they changed. So they started sending the money from from the feds down into the states, and the states shifted it down into the county and the city. And what was happening was they were like, well, we were eligible, but we weren't qualified. That's when those certifications became a really big thing. And that when they tried to crack the code on that, because you can't tell, because we got to play devil's advocate, even if let's say it plays in our favor, and the money becomes available to our communities. Are we ready to help our communities? Because they're not going to get rid of the checklist on how to get this money to help your area. But our community not just our community, the communities that need help are not. And that's why they push this money back through government and let them have oversight. Oversight is the key. We can't get to the bag because we're not prepared for what they're going to put in front of us. And so when they do release or unleash some relief, right, it's going to take companies. We're going to fight for our interstate companies to be a part or have a seat at the table. The insurance is going to take over. So the city and the states put it in the hands of the insurance because they thought they were better able to handle it. And insurance companies decide to give the contractors who they wanted. They didn't make us adjusters. They didn't give us prime contracts, right? They're going to do the same thing they did in Houston. They're going to do it in the Carolinas, right? So what we're trying to do, because everything you all are saying is definitely correct and it's definitely going on the ground. But if we use Houston as the example, if we don't get our contractors ready here, we're going to have the same issue. Foreign companies are going to come in. They're going to be the prime when they do open up the gate and let them come in and rebuild. Because Asheville is completely wiped
It's done.
out.
Asheville is sad.
Asheville is done.
West Tennessee, the mountains, Gatlinburg, Pigeon Forge, and all of that. I-40, they talking about 2025, 2026. You might get it back open. You might get it back
I saw
open.
I was looking at some of the images, like we're talking about entire roads gone.
Gone.
Like, I'm not talking about
major.
I'm talking about underneath
underneath it. Yes, gone. The erosion of it underneath it. You're talking about a major distribution roadway.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right, to come through, because the truckers that got caught up in the flood, they were, people was pointing fingers, but they was like, y'all don't understand. It happened so fast. That water rushed through so fast.
Water, more destructive element.
Yes.
I'm just telling you.
And if you've ever been on I-40, you talking about mountain inside, mudslide, and you going overboard. Pick your choice. You ain't nowhere else. So a lot of even if they, regardless of the red, white, or blue, whoever's there, we still have to follow the money, and you still have to figure out how would your community be rebuilt and how you're going to capitalize. And if we don't get our business affairs in order, because we have elected officials, we have like one of the largest Black caucuses in the Carolinas in the intergovernment, right? That they've had in years. But them knuckleheads, because they don't get involved in the environmental sciences or the public health or, the Department of Transportation, infrastructure, that kind of conversation. They're in the educational conversation, but they're not in the rebuilding the community. And this is going to be a slap in the face to them, because we have one of the largest Black caucuses here. And if they don't engage and get involved, and I can tell you they're not, because we just got a new elected one who's very environmental savvy and getting ready to that's why I brought up Department of Energy, that $20 million change grant. We're gonna land that grant. And that's why I'm letting y'all follow the track record of how we're doing it, because we plan to go across the U.S. and teach communities on how to do the same thing. But we gotta be prepared. We have to learn from what y'all happened in Houston with you guys, Chris, because it wiped. He ain't lying. It took out the AAE. I like to say it took out the Gullah Geechee corridor.
Hey.
All the way up, all the way from Florida.
When they talking about that bend, I mean, you couldn't. Again, y'all been seeing a lot of the images. Like I said, it's something that when you hear people say, "Okay, this is apocalyptic," we know what they're saying, right? They're not being hyperbolic, right? But you're talking about people who they've seen destruction, but there's levels of destruction that we've been able to kind of, obviously, endure in this country, and we say, okay, we're kind of getting used to it, the ideal of it, but in some cases where you're seeing, again, you say, okay, well, we're a first world country. If nothing else, if we don't have the infrastructure to be able to handle these different disasters, if nothing else, we should have the manpower and the resources to get in and do a lot of the cleanup. We should be well prepared at this point to say, this is how we're going to handle it if it goes through, right? We're getting our own real-time, assessments as we go through these different storms, storm after storm, right? It blows my mind.
Hey, E, did you talk about the comms? I know you guys brought up Elon and the satellite, but communications went down. Ain't no contact. We still don't have
cell towers, all that stuff.
Yes,
it's disrupted. And then when you have NSA and you have Homeland Security, FCC, all these different people shut down the airspace overhead, how are comm lines getting through? They told you the only way you can get this $750, to me, is a joke. That got to be a gag gift. You're going to give American citizens who've lost everything only $750 for food and this, and they have no way to fill out paperwork or communicate, communicate with government to even fill out information. Make this make sense. Again, all of it is just
$750.
This is why I'm on here. Again, I'm like, I know I'm not the only one, because I know you guys already get it, but you got to be able to talk your way through the insanity to make it make sense, because there's no way, again, from a business minded perspective, where you're seeing private entity, you're seeing local, you're seeing all these different people who are trying to get involved, because the government pretty much came out and told you guys, we need y'all to donate to help other American people, because we don't have the money that's allocated to do these things. We don't have it to do it ourselves, so we need y'all to get involved. As soon as people heard that, they said, okay, we're going to go do what we always done, get involved. And guess what? As soon as they try to help, you got to turn around. We don't need you to do, you can't do this. We need to search your vehicle before you can bring stuff into this area. We don't need you flying drones over this area trying to locate and rescue people right now. We don't need this, because without, this
you have to be approved.
It's baffling to me right now. How is this even, how is it even, again, sitting on people's mentality where, okay, well, this is part of the business. This is not business as usual. This is not business as usual. Because, again, Louisiana, y'all had the Cajun Navy. Them jokers had them airboats and them boats. Them jokers got out there let me go find me some people.
And
they've been dubbed the Cajun Navy for a reason.
That's what some of the areas, some of the people had to do here on some boats, jet ski, going around it. That's another conversation we were having.
You gotta do what you can.
Yeah, we've gotten away from the water. You go out on the boat all the time, definitely commendable. We've gotten away from transporting and moving up and down the river streams. But I could tell y'all, if y'all live near them, or if you are in the community, working in the community, that better be a program that y'all initiating on how to maneuver from one side to the other side, or move goods products up the river stream. Because in the area we got two, so we have already talking about how we're gonna have to move water up and down both of those rivers in order to get to the people, because you see what it is. Government,
you got no other way. If the land is tore up, what's going on, chaos?
Y'all talk about that 750, but guess what? The only people getting that 750, them who got bad credit and who got on low income.
Right, they're even screening your net. You getting screened for your net as if if you don't have access to capital, you don't have access to capital. If
But
your
to
house
be
can be
honest-
stored, if you have cash that's that's been you have access to, you need money now. Like
Yes.
where you gonna go to an ATM to get money if the power's off? If how you gonna get money wired to you through a Western Union if that's dissolved and out of pocket? Like make this stuff make sense. Again, we talk about incompetency. Like they're not thinking this thing through. They're not saying, okay, this is affected because of that. That is affected because of this. So there's no way they'll have again proper communications to be able to do certain things. So let's do it a different way. Let's get some National Guard in there. Let's get some people on the ground. Let's go to where people are and just they're not going to do that. I'm just like, this is crazy. Go ahead, Chaos. You was about to say something too?
I was going to say 750 is not no money, especially living in the South. And that's where it's happening in Florida. Am I right?
Everywhere. That's everywhere.
No, it's like
Texas, Carolinas,
who's been affected.
Yeah, it comes when I say down south,
North Carolina. It's parts of Tennessee.
Those who have been, those who have been.
I'm not sure if you're in North Carolina, African Palm. I don't know if you got hit by it. I know you're in South.
I'm in the DC area. Yeah, I'm DC area.
I know you're in South. I don't know if you're still in South Carolina, Monica. I don't know if you got hit by that.
Yeah, we were affected. We was out of power for 5 days.
Yeah, but
some people are still out. And the flooding happened more in the Asheville in the northern part of the Carolinas, Western Tennessee area, down through Augusta, Aiken area. But the rest of us were just as affected because we were out of power and you lost comms. And so it's a different type of disaster. Everybody had a different look at it. Some people had floods. Some people had the energy power issue. Some people had the fuel. Because remember, when those people were getting hit up there, they was rushing down our way. So we had just as an issue. So when they ran out of fuel, they came our way. We ran out of fuel. We was already without power. They wiped the grocery stores. Everything was just being depleted. So it's a disaster all around, actually.
You know what's crazy about the hurricane that we had back in July, right? So that was technically a Category 1 hurricane. So it was technically weak, but never, I won't say never, but we got hit by the eye of the storm, which is why, it was basically like a cat. So our power was out like 10 days. And I'm just like, I ain't never experienced that. But that just lets you know, well, the power grid here is trash anyways. Oh, it's raggedy.
Yep.
And,
they were talking about power grid, bad back in 2018, 2019. They're talking about, the grid and all this. And so it came in 2020, this whole idea with COVID about, all this money coming in that they may need to, reallocate some of that money to improving infrastructure, this, that, and the third, and just like that conversation went out the window.
Yeah.
Well, infrastructure money came out. I know we gave it back. Idiots in Carolina gave our money back. So and that's still funding out there in the infrastructure bill. In American Rescue Plan, lots of money down. The question is, are we gonna swallow our pride and pull this funding? No, we're not gonna pull it. They're gonna reallocate it and push it somewhere else, and we'd be looking crazy. But then that's where our local representatives have to get involved, and you got to know what you're talking about. That's why I attended that conference with the ecologists, scientists, the Black, to try to understand and learn how to plead your case for your community, because you can't just say, our power is outage and we got 100 families affected. They're gonna look at you like, matter of fact, case in point, and I'm gonna send you guys this video. The guy Harold Mitchell in Spartanburg, which is near Greenville, who got affected. He said when he was going after and trying to help his community, he said that he went to him with the statistics about the community. They didn't budge, but he went and found, he was tipped off, hey, go and find out if y'all got an extinct animal in your area. And he said they found this turtle that was extinct, and they put money towards the turtle, and that's how they rebuilt them 100 housing units in the area. No, he said we don't care about them kids.
That's correlated to what we're seeing with this migrant thing. Because here's what I've been seeing, and what I've been seeing, a lot of people who are again, who's very privy to information surrounding a lot of this money that's been allocated to these migrants, is that because whatever they need, they're getting what they call emergency funding right away. There's no lag on when they need. So it was people that were saying, okay, well, hey, maybe we need to see if there's any kind of illegal migrants in the area, because the FEMA disaster money that's allocated to them, because they're getting preferential treatment.
Yep.
Why don't you say, well, there's some migrants in the area. Okay, let's see if they're gonna, move, heaven and earth to help those migrants. Because apparently citizenry, they're on their own, or they're at the behest of government, slow, moving, wheel of help and agency, but migrants are getting instantaneously help. Instantaneously, they're getting help right away. Yep. It makes no sense. Again, I cannot make sense of none of this stuff. It's baffling to me. Like, I'm sitting there like, I'm thankful, that I may not be affected physically, but this is horrible. This is horrible. I mean, I got family right there in Tallahassee. Fortunate they didn't get, they got messed up real bad in all those areas, but they didn't get the brunt of what we're seeing again up in those mountainous regions, areas like, you never thought would have issues like that. And Asheville all through, west side of North Carolina, central North Carolina. It's crazy. It's crazy, guys.
When they find out damn hurricanes start hitting New York and going up the East Coast, and they just like, man, we never thought this was happening.
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming.
This is the time. This is the time. It's just too much stuff going on.
It's just a lot.
Stuff going on.
Too much.
Like, you got all kind of stuff going on, and people are still saying, oh man, this is a great economy. It's amazing. America's the greatest. And I'm just like, what are you looking at? What are you looking at and saying it's the greatest?
It's all cap. It's all cap at this point. I think people are really, again, they've gotten to a point now where they're starting to see it, see things for what they are. And it's sad that it takes so much of these kind of scenarios where people are being presented with, it's unvaluable that they can even make an excuse for this kind of level of incompetency, because we're talking about people who are being trained and paid to fail, and they're not even getting fired because of it. They're not being relieved of duty because of it. And it's just like business as usual. Okay, we're gonna write that off. We're gonna talk that to the game. This is a one-off event, if you will. Like this stuff, and it's breeding the kind of sentiment where it's going to allow people to feel like, they are powerless, right? I mean, it's like anything. When you back a scared animal to a corner, one of two things going to happen. It's fight or flight, right?
Yeah.
I think people are starting to witness that in terms of government agencies again, in a way where they're not feeling competent that they're going to get what they need in case of something happens. And so you got conflict, you got, overseas conflict, you got internal, political conflict that's, where they're gaslighting public citizenry again in a way where they're, got people believing that, this is normal, or, due action or process, and it's not. You got, again, an invasion that happened at your border situation where these people are being treated better than the citizenry, and people are not, supposed to have contempt for that, which is good luck with that, right? I don't care if you're Democrat or Republican. That's not gonna sit well with you if you feel like you have a family member that's going through something because of, be it natural disaster or whatever, and then you're supposed to just, overlook their situation again for someone else that's coming into the country illegally, because now you got a resource shortage. You have a resource shortage, and where are they going to get that money from, right? where are you going to get the money from?
Right.
It's like, because the longer you wait to figure out or come up with a plan, because we're talking about literally 2-3 days into the hurricane when it had hit landfall, Joe Biden was on the beach still. Kamala Harris was still on doing the HBCU tour. She was still, these people were nowhere to be found. Again, Trump smart, giving credit for that. He instantly said, okay, let me get some money. They sent like $25 million or whatever the case. And then they were speaking about it. They were at least putting the camera in front of it. So people, again, they're gonna look at this stuff and be like, man, I don't know how. Like, like what are we to, what are we to think of the system as a whole again going forward in terms of, do these people really, put forth the effort to show that they're doing the will of the people? Are they there to be responsible fiduciary, handlers of our tax money, right? Because if not, we're literally on our own, right? I don't see how people are not going to look at this and say, going forward, there's no way I can look for governmental help, for moments like these. Like, you're gonna see a lot of businesses spring up. You're gonna see a lot of LLCs probably spring up, like I was with Katrina. People start like truckers. I was watching something the other day where a truck driver were, because they have privy to a lot of those workload platforms where they can check to see what workloads look like or what loads are going in and out of the area. And they were saying, I think within a 250-mile radius of, let's say, Ground Zero Asheville, the truckload these platforms that have that the list of what trucks going in out there, they said there was none on there at all. Like, it was like, this is the moment where truckers make their bread and butter doing natural disasters, because they're the ones that are moving this stuff in. They said there was no trucks that were allocated, or no shipments, I should say, or loads that were allocated to go in and out those areas. It was just crazy. They're like, so where's aid coming from? Are they helicoptering it in, or where's it coming from?
Ain't none.
I'm like, this is crazy.
There isn't none. Remember that area was like that I-40 area, and that driving area was like the major roadway.
Yeah. That is crazy. So you got another hurricane coming. You got Milton coming, and it's supposed to go through Central Florida area. If it don't turn, but as of now, they're saying it's tracking to go through Central Florida area, through that Tampa area, Sarasota, St. Pete, out through the West Coast, the East Coast side. But again, it's the compound effect, because even if that storm has any kind of, I should say, hopefully it doesn't, any level of destruction. Again, we're talking about money that's going to be needed, allocation of resources, where that money is going to come from. If the FEMA's insolvent, they're just stuck. Yeah, and again, we talk about, there's no way those people, even in the affected areas between, I should say, northern Georgia, South Carolina, West Coast South Carolina, the western aspect of South Carolina, West and Central, and even parts of East and North Carolina, even parts of Tennessee, if they don't get this stuff cleared up, or even, I should say, at least some semblance of normalcy where they can function, these people are not going to even have the ability to go to the polls November 4th. You're talking about a month out, and the destruction that we're seeing, that's going to be needed to get grids back online, to get all these things up and operable. These people are not going to even be in a position to vote. like, make this make sense. So it's a lot of things happening right now. I think that's going to be very instrumental in terms of the outcome, or what people even take it to the polls mentally because of this. Right? It's just a whole crap show. One would say it's a whole crap show. So but real quick, while we on the topic here, again, it's a lot of people having these conversations, and I was going through a lot of these different because there's all people out here doing all this stuff, little videos and what's it. I want to share some of this with you. So I'm sure y'all been seeing, like I have too. And it's like this stuff is like, you couldn't make this stuff up, right? It's that kind of reality. So I was watching this one YouTuber, Pink Book Lessons. I don't know if y'all familiar with this sister. She's been going in on a lot of these discrepancies that have, surrounding the election and the Democrats and Kamala. But this recent one, again, the common sense in terms of checking the pulse of the people, I be looking for those things because I want to figure out what are people thinking, right? And this one particular, I was watching this excerpt with her, and it was like, okay, yeah, these people are not silly. People are not crazy out there, right? They see what's going on. They're going to vote with their consciousness more so than, this ideal of vibes and all this crazy. I just don't see it happening where people are going to be able to get away with what we've been able to witness here. So I'm going to share this with you guys a little bit here. You guys probably already seen some of this stuff, but it was interesting because people are livid about this, and rightfully so, right? Rightfully so. You would think at this point in the game, like they can't be serious. They can't be serious. All right. So let me share this little excerpt here with this with this one here. Fair use, fair use, fair use.
Can't hear it over.
Y'all can hear it? Hold up. Uh-oh. 1 second.
Big deals about your stuff.
You said you can't hear it?
We can now.
Okay. Okay, my mistake. I had the volume down. All right, let me see. Sorry about that.
Can't hear him for some reason though. Okay.
So many videos about your scam, but this might be the #1 scam you pulled off.
Fair use, fair use.
And relief and assistance that we have been providing has included FEMA providing $750 for folks who need immediate needs being met, such as food, baby formula, and the like. And you can apply now for anyone who's watching this who has been affected.
There is now 2 things that
Y'all saying there's no sound? Hold up. Man.
I mean, I could hear it
I should
then,
have went on
but the black dude in the beginning, we couldn't hear him.
yeah, I should have went on StreamYard because I know Zoom. Let me see real quick here.
First, Jack. That's what I'm talking about.
1 second. Sorry about that, guys. Someone saying that they couldn't hear in the chat. So I don't know if the volume is. Let me change the excuse me. All right, let's see.
What is it about that fact these guys don't understand? You know what? Get over it.
All right, 1 second, guys. Sorry about that. So it is set. It's set on my computer here. Okay. Maybe it's the got YouTube up as well. All right, was there no sound at all on YouTube, or it was just low on you guys' side? It just
I know it was low on our side.
it's low. Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe it's the volume. Let me see. I do got noise cancellation. He said it's okay, just the first guy was okay. You say that the first one was a little mute. Okay.
Yeah, we couldn't hear the first guy.
Sorry. You know, Lauren?
Yeah, I don't know why we can't hear him.
I've made so many videos about your scam, but this might be the #1 scam you pulled off.
And the federal relief and assistance that we have been providing has included FEMA providing $750 for folks who need immediate needs being met, such as food, baby formula, and the like. And you can apply now for anyone who's watching this who has been affected.
There is now 2 things that is actually very Indian about you. 1, you're a #1 scammer, and 2, you are dirt cheap. Kamala, do we need to change North Carolina's name to Ukraine or Israel? And what do you mean go online and apply? There is no online. Do you mean your illegal CBP1 app? Scam!
Kamala's cousin still out here calling her a scammer, especially after she came out talking about Hurricane Helene victims applying for $750 in aid. Joe Biden up here talking about they don't have any more money for them. And he's asking the American people to go out on our own dime and help the victims ourselves.
But here's the point. I need to be asking the American people to continue to help fund these people. It's not going to be one hit and it's over. It's going to take a hell of a long time. It's going to cost a hell of a lot of money. This is the United States of America. How to do it.
Wayne.
If people want to help, there's means by which they can contact, who should they contact?
You don't even know that.
They'll get information.
You don't even know who to tell them where to go. Get help. You can make this up. That dude, you the president. He don't even know where to send the people to even, because they already hustling the American citizens.
Yeah.
Want you to pay for their incompetency or their, again, fiduciary irresponsibility in terms of how they need to launder all this money out of the country to Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan, and that what they give it to illegal immigrants, where they have no more money in the coffers for American citizens. And then again, when you go to help through other means besides donating money to them, they're sending people away. They're telling you can't come in with your, with your generators and your chainsaws and no, you can't. No, we stopping all that. No, but they want your dollars to going through Red Cross and FEMA and all these government agencies, disaster relief funds. Make that make sense. I'm like, you couldn't make this stuff make no sense to me at all. Like the audacity. I second to the idea again. I think that that's why I say this must be intentional, because you got an election going on right now. These people are nowhere to be found. Again, we talk about how it was with Katrina again. You saw even after, people started lighting George Bush up, and you retired military people again. We talking about General Honoré, all those guys, and many other celebrities. They were lighting the administration up. I mean, all walks of life, people lighting them up. Why don't y'all see that now all of a sudden? I'm going to say it. Where's Ricky Smiley? Because these be the people that's been told, especially in the Black community, where's Nicholas? Where's Steve Harvey? Where's what's the name? Taraji P. Henson? Where's the Breakfast Club? Where are all these people who've been putting on the case for the Democrats? Angela Rye? Where are these people? You never know. Because the criticism was very, very nonpartisan when George Bush, again, left Katrina victims.
Stranded.
Everybody was lighting them up. All these celebrities, they were lighting them up. No one is saying nothing about these people now. Why? How is that?
So we definitely got a disaster relief problem.
Beyond the level of this is a mess. You can't make no sense. This dude don't even know where what his agencies are doing. He don't know. It's like you can't even make excuse for him. I'm not going to make an excuse for his age. This is horrible. This is horrible. This is next level horrible.
Works very closely with FEMA. This is our president and VP. They're supposed to be managing all the money, all the disasters, but they spent billions of dollars on illegal immigrants, and now they don't have any money to help the people.
Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas sounding the alarm on FEMA funding right after the devastation of Hurricane
Helene. Pictures worth 1,000 words.
Old City.
2 or 3 two-level buildings, water's already up to the 2nd level. These businesses are gone.
Oh, Asheville wiped out.
I mean,
Tennessee, the cabins.
Look we talking about this is a dam area, if I'm not mistaken here. Look at
It broke. That's what kicked it off.
make it make sense, guys. I'm just saying
Mhm.
we're not being hyperbolic. I'm just saying that they the wrong time to drag their feet in this moment in terms of, again, disaster relief, boots on the ground, attention readiness in terms of how people are going to be. Like, they knew this stuff was already, they knew, again, when they got to understand when it hit land, even down in South or in Florida, basically, my family whole time, they should already start mobilizing people right this, okay, wherever this thing going to go, we're going to have agencies already on the ready. We're going to have, correspondence. We're not going to make the mistake we did before, regardless of the fact, because we're talking about it went from a hurricane, four, literally over up to a 4. So I was like, okay, well, this ain't gonna be no, slop hurricane, and they just did nothing. Again, it makes sense, guys. I don't know what to say here. Again, pictures are worth 1,000 words here.
Listen.
We are meeting the immediate needs with the money that we have. We are expecting another hurricane hitting. We do not have the funds. FEMA does not have the funds.
Mm-hmm.
Where all that money went?
Mm-hmm.
Where the money go?
Redirect.
Or is it
Ukraine.
Redirect.
Money gone.
Yeah, boy.
We can find it. Redirect.
They're sitting up in those private organizations who facilitate this invasion of the people coming through the border, and they sitting up in apartments right now with EBT card loaded with cash, and they eating good, watching American citizens say, hey, y'all got to deal with that. That's y'all government.
Hey, just to give you a bird's eye view on that situation as far as immigrants, they're slanging dope down here in Chicago. Like they are on Gold Coast, which is one of the most prestigious, neighborhoods. With the network is like starts off at like $500,000. They're slinging dope in the alleys of these neighborhoods, and I'm like, ain't this a bit like my funding is
over? I already know.
Well, I seen that shit. I was mad as hell. I was like, boy, let that be me. I have SWAT, the fire brigades, Brooklyn 911 on me. Everybody.
ATF, all of them be on you, boy. They call National Guard in.
They're getting asylum from prosecution. They're getting asylum from prosecution. And that's why they did a fire underneath Eric Adams in New York, because it got to a point where he could not look at his constituents, meaning his citizenry, his taxpayers, and say, like, guys, y'all watching this prostitution, y'all watching all this crime, violent crime, this, that, and the third, and you're not locking these people up, and they're here already illegally, and you guys are watching them, y'all giving them, again, literally immunity to law. Because federal oversight is telling them that they can't do nothing. They can't call ICE. They can't call, they can't basically seek the government on these people. So they get free reign to just do, unless it's just super, super heinous, they get free will to just commit all kind of crimes. Felony levels and, base case misdemeanors. Make it make sense? And so they got no money because they've given it all away. FEMA has no money. Make it make sense, guys. You can't. This is crazy.
To make it through the season.
Not to mention, they just gave Zelensky another $8 billion last week.
Mm-hmm.
Earlier today with Ukrainian President Zelensky, after announcing a new nearly $8 billion military assistance package for the country. This is part of a broader bid by President Biden to reassure his Ukrainian counterpart of continued ally support.
Then days later, boom, we had a...
Oh, right quick, I got a question for you. What is the benefit for America helping Ukraine? I'm still trying to wrap my head around it.
Grains.
Any war,
That's it.
any
Yeah.
these.
Yeah, food basically.
I mean, yeah, I know like they didn't know what's
Grand
supplying
scheme,
wheat, but like
guys, and y'all know as well as I know, and we've been talking about the commodity game for a long. We were on the commodity ground. Our game. Let me rephrase that. We were on a commodity grind game for almost 3 whole years in terms of announcing awareness in terms of how to stuff. We went through the ideal of even with the crop issue that we had. That was, was a big issue when they started doing the tariffs and all soybeans and stuff was rotting in the silos.
In the
and what did they do? A lot of that stuff got redirected down to Brazil. Brazil became the second largest importer of what? Soybean on the planet. After our stuff started rotting out, they became the first, right? But beyond that, a lot of your base case grain, wheat, right? We talk about we have already a big corn, harvest that we have all throughout the Midwest. So it wasn't even that. So soybeans is a staple crop, but it's not like base case grain like wheat, whatever. The amount of wheat and stuff we were getting out of that area, now it was sufficient for some aspects because our farmers were going through what they were going through after we had that drought, and then they were trying to get back online to do what they're going to do. It's not enough to move the needle in terms of it being a necessity, right? In terms, we're talking about the words, I would use their words, right? When we talk about a national security issue, because they base it on the premise of is national security, right? Well, our security is not based on whether or not Ukraine can ship grains to us. When we have farmers all throughout Midwest and the heartland of America that had, they have more than what they need if the government would give them what they need or help facilitate them what they need to be able to do what they need to do, we would have that. We have the issue where we want to import all the things that we need to survive, and we want to export, again, our infrastructure building capacity to other nations for cheap labor, i.e. China, this, that, and third. The issue with U.S. Steel right now, national security issue, because the company in Japan, Nikon, want to buy American steel. The Biden administration greenlit the opportunity for it to happen. And they're telling you about making, building America back up and, bringing the Rust Belt back. They're outsourcing some of the last great American infrastructure, institutions, manufacturing institutions out of the country or putting it in the hand of foreign nationals. They're doing this to themselves purposely because they want the government kickbacks. They want the grants. All this money to be, siphoned off and going to their constituents and their party. This is, guys, y'all know what it is when we watch all that money doing.
So the kickback from this grain thing is monumental. Like it's a big kickback.
It's moved in the grand scheme. Because even when you do the forex exchange value in terms of what we've been dealing with already, even with, let's say at the height of the Trump tariffs, right? Yep. Even at the height of the Trump tariffs, even if we know monetary lag is a very effective value, or it's a known quantity metric when you think about, okay, what is it going to look a year from now if we keep these things on and there's no other, moving of the needle in terms of government production to equate that of the tariff, being a factor in terms of GDP value, right? Inflation still was not an issue, let's say a year plus after, because the tariffs went on, I think he dropped his first tariff around, I want to say a fall or summer of 2019?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe end of 2018, right? And then they did a helicopter drop of money during September with Operation Twist with the Feds, right? They did a little easing during that moment to kind of, smooth out some of the, the wrinkles of the tariffs because, it was affecting the auto industry, affecting some of the tech companies. Y'all remember all this stuff, right?
Yeah.
But it didn't skyrocket like they thought it was going to happen, right? Because they moved money around, they brought the energy prices down, or gas was cheap. Gas was cheap, let's call it what it is. That's your biggest taxation in the economy is your energy bill, right? Think about your household. Your biggest
Department of Energy,
right? Unless you live off the grid. So let's be conscious about this here. Food prices did not skyrocket like they thought I should say at least the opposite party thought would happen, only because again they redirected. They pull more grains from Mexico. They pull more crops from Brazil, South America, right? They pull more crops from the other allies, right? to put this much emphasis on grain in terms of it being an excuse in terms of grain, because they got some other minerals in the ground there, the Xeon that make that they use for microchip. But we're talking about it's minuscule in the grand scheme of things in terms of what your country needs to be able to function on a day-to-day basis, right? It's laughable for them to use that excuse. We know it's bigger than that, right? We know that it's bigger than that. This is what they call NATO territorial issue. This is a proxy issue based upon them not wanting another superpower to gain I should say maybe a foothold over more territory to threaten their so-called their allies. Has nothing to do with your livelihood. Because if someone really wanted to strike America, they would have done it already. The money the country has right now, like that hate America, dude, if they want to do it, they would have done it already. So it ain't that. So you can't make it a national security issue when it comes to the ideal thing. It's the grain. It's not the grains. This is money laundering. This is bigger than that. This is them, again, greasing somebody's hand because for whatever reason, we did the work on this way back during, when Biden got into office. It turned out where the money was, what was the true reason them, going down hard in the paint for Ukraine? Turned out the whole Hunter Biden situation. Turned out Nancy Pelosi family members making money out of that area. Turned out that whole level 4 bio lab doing gain of function research for bioweapons in Ukraine. Turned out Dr. Fauci and everybody else had, they had interest in that because of, again, funding that the NIH was, getting and doling out so they can do these experiments, this off the record, gain of function research. All that stuff was happening in Ukraine. So it's not the food, it's not to feed you and me. It's to make sure that they have leverage over Russia.
Right.
So it's a whole, it was a money grab like we said it was back then. It's nothing different. The same way we ID all those companies that were making money off of the COVID, quote unquote, COVID money for what it was. And we did all that research, turned out this was a money grab. The Pfizer's, the Moderna, it was a money grab. Turned out these people knew it. It's the oligarchs. So again, this is no different. So guess what? We also what also was found out. A lot of that central area that got damaged hard, Asheville, gun, all this stuff like that, they sitting on major deposits of lithium. Major deposits of lithium is under the ground on the property. Did y'all see the movie? Y'all remember the movie Twisted? They did the new version of it recently came out. Tornadoes. They would come in, then these are just insurance agencies or the real estate agents would come in and buy the property up for pennies on the dollars.
Yeah.
Act like they cared, and we're gonna come in and give you a few blankets and give you a generator, whatever. But here's the contract. You just lost everything. They in your face with a contract already about helping you so-called relocate because they wanted the land. This is no different. Think about all in Louisiana. Historical property got bought up by private institute, private property, and it was
whole new city.
You know what it's called? It's called natural disaster
gentrification. Yep.
Through the form of natural disaster. You can't pin it on nobody in particular.
Yep. I was just waiting for it to happen.
I think you got all the money. They sitting there waiting on it. It's the George Soros playbook. They finance both sides. They finance both sides. And in the end, when it's all settled, they end up getting the spoils in the end. So we already know Ukraine is just 100% a whole money laundering scheme. You can't make it, you can't excuse it away at this point. All the track records have proven that it's illegal. There's nothing legal about it in terms of what it does for the benefit of American people. You're watching the same thing happen again right now in the Middle East. With this whole proxy war with Iran and Israel. You guys know what it is by this point. Yep. We're an investor class. We know real time, what they call boots on the ground money, and where that money is going. Wall Street don't care about none of it. They just saying how can they benefit off of it.
Right.
And they gonna benefit.
Benefit.
This one is big because you got the power lines. All that stuff have to be restructured.
Asphalt, construction company.
Yes.
ETF. We did ETF of what? Of infrastructure building.
Yep.
That's like Newport, all those companies moved up. Red, you had to come use invest in it. All these companies, y'all know what it is.
Making bank.
So it's a money grab because they know the majority of people who have good intentions, who are paying into the system, don't have the wherewithal, or not that they don't have it, they're not really consumed with the idea that they need to start thinking ahead of their immediate situation.
Right.
In terms of how they're looking at going forward. When we look at the market, we're saying 5 to 10 years.
Rebuild. Yes.
They're doing year to year, month to month.
They're doing check to check. You better back it up. You check the check, because if you can't, if you had insurance, you don't qualify for the disaster loan because that's a double dip type of deal. But your insurance has dropped you because the claims are the claims have skyrocketed. So now you don't have insurance and you can't rebuild. And if you was a retiree, you don't have no job. And if you made too much, you don't qualify for any of the other governmental benefits like Social Security, things of that nature. So you got a whole bunch of displaced people or a whole bunch of dead people.
And land that's sitting on
land that's gonna sit there. Yep. And you're not gonna be able to afford to purchase. Right. Because if you don't have a job, can't get no loan. And if your credit is bad, you ain't getting no loan. They've already denied a whole bunch of folks.
There's no protection that you have in a system that you're paying. So
right.
Comes a liability. It's supposed to be a bond on your property or your property.
Yes.
Your resources.
Right.
That's
not coming to you.
Now, meaning you capital into something that really can't protect you in the event of a natural disaster. So you have paid all this money into something that cannot give you a benefit from.
That's true.
No protection agency.
That's hard. That's a solution. Is a futuristic thought that everybody need to be thinking about. Because now, if all your capital is going into your assets, which is what a lot of people do, they just the shiny stuff, and you don't have, and this happened to you, what would you do? You'd be homeless.
I told you people are cooked, man.
Solve it, and you pay for bond protection in the form of insurance.
Yep.
No, literally in terms of even the type of insurance that you may have had. Because it's all itemized, right? That annual, report. Also, when I run a property, you got to make sure it's all up to date. If we need to add something, one of our rental properties, few of the shingles got knocked off. Thankfully, that's all. So it was no roof there, with just shingles. We're like, okay, that's minimal, right? But being able to update those things to make sure that you cover for anything, because certain jurisdictions don't cover certain things. Right?
Say that again. Yes, and if you and oh Lord, shingles, and if a siding come off, if you bought your house 10 years or 3 years ago, they don't make that siding no more, and that one little spot, insurance ain't gonna pay for it. You got to pay your deductible. You got to replace your entire siding on your house.
Siding. Yep.
And I wasn't even thinking about that part until you start talking about it. Like, if your whole house get wiped out, you have no leg to stand on. Because I know when because my roof got messed up, and I called the guy, but I'm a little smart. I got 2 insurance, right? Because when I switched this, it was like, hey, you want to get this new insurance? I was like, sure. It was like, drop your other one. I was like, no, I don't think I want to drop my other one, just in case. Just let me see how y'all working. So when the disaster happened, they was giving us phone calls. He's like, yo, Mo, if you file a claim, if your claim not 25,000 or more, they're gonna drop you from the insurance, right? I was like, you know what? I'm glad I kept my other insurance because I'm gonna file a claim, but I got backup. But everybody don't think in that fashion, but I do think, if you're having conversations with your family members, are you near disaster areas, or if it's a potential disaster, you might want to be thinking about, you're not just saving for emergency fund for you to get another car. You saving for emergency fund to relocate now.
It's crazy. It's that bad. Again, we're talking about people who, because again, the greatest investment you ever make is real estate in this country, because that's the whole, if you want to call it, that's the value the value system of this country, right? As we know it as being American or United States or a corporation. It's a land, entity, infrastructure based upon, governed around the value or pursuit of land, right? Beyond that, you're kind of just, you're wondering in the dark, because if you don't have, okay. Most people who went into, the renting class perspective in terms of, they don't necessarily want to have a liability of a mortgage. They don't want to have liability of ownership for this and that reason. Yeah, it's easy to pick up and move, but they're stuck in a volatile situation. They're what you call adjustable rate, liability, because they're subject to inflation. They're subject to, job loss and things of that nature, where, again, it can easily throttle up and down and cause them to have discomfort, because they don't have no roots nowhere where they can fall back on in case something happens.
Right.
It's kind of, it's a tricky way of living, but you have to be the type of person who are comfortable, or you have to find a setting and kind of, build in that environment. If you just moving around, again, you subject to a lot of different issues that comes along with that. Home ownership is supposed to be an anchor for you.
Yes.
Property ownership is supposed to be an anchor for you. For these reasons, borrowing against it, this, that, and the third development, if it's operable or not, you have something you can fall back on in case something happens, right? And that's before you even find out you got lithium on the ground, right? Put some oil in the backyard like the Clintons, right? Again, make it make sense. So it's so insidious now. How they come buying up. We started doing a lot of that doing, post-COVID, how they came in and bought up all these properties, whole development, taking away American citizens' right to be to own property, because you can't compete with a private equity firm, right? Your money ain't gonna be, your credit, it ain't enough. But again, we're talking about provisions here. There are no provisions that are out there to really protect people.
Nope, because I just read through the part on the FEMA page where it said the disaster relief program is supposed to help the individual and the homeowner, but if the disaster relief program has a qualification that you already know most people in this situation is not going to qualify for, then you have no protection. And so that's that is a
hurricane laden environment. So they didn't expect that. Their insurance provisions are totally different. Maybe
right.
Majority of the stuff they wasn't slated. Them provisions are not in their insurance policy, possibly not.
No.
And that's an issue in itself in terms of America, where they need to start doing a lot of these old antiquated, assessments and start looking at things in a different word. Because if they're going to claim that we are in a climate-induced environment now, where we need to start thinking about climate disasters.
Yep, climate disasters.
Yep.
I will have insurance agencies update to the new so-called.
Yeah.
You got the revamp.
I already know what's up. They already know what's up, man.
That's a total government issue. I don't know.
They know
there has been a
revamp.
Every year. I don't know if there's been a revamp of the FEMA or the disaster side of the house on any side. So that's definitely something to become.
Who are the underwriters who ain't?
The underwriters ain't.
The law students figure out. Provision. I start seeking, because if we talk about governmental grant, there has to be some law firm out there saying, "Oh, we're in a whole." If they're going to use this climate, if they're going to use this climate narrative, then they ain't going. Y'all gonna have to come up with new provisions to protect people.
Facts. Yes.
No way you're going to survive under the current, structure how it's set up with the level of rickety infrastructure we got across this country.
Right.
Prone to natural disaster in a way where insurance companies are becoming more slick to not be one shot.
Yep.
Their jurisdiction provisions. This is next level.
It's got so bad now that
next level.
It's got so bad now, like when the tornado hit Houston, people were shocked. It was like, and it tore up downtown a bit. So, I mean, we got to start putting stuff on notice. Like, this shit ain't no joke. This is serious. But guess what? Oh, we gonna fix it. Just give us about 20 years. We'll get it together. And you know, you
These people
expect
told
people.
y'all
Yeah.
it's gonna be carbon neutral by 2030, 2035.
Oh,
And
That ain't gonna happen.
the whole infrastructure
No.
climate bill, all that money that they allocated for that, they only built what $3 billion. What they spent $3 billion or $7 billion to build. What it was like? What 6 or 7 charging stations around the whole country?
They would have got wiped out.
EV vehicle by 30 or 2035, there will be no more ICE vehicles on the road.
That's crazy.
That's not going. If these type of disasters are what we're going to have, then that ain't gonna work.
Hey, African Emporium, how we getting a stock exchange in Texas, and we can't even put in preventative measures from
I'm in Mountaineer, they're gonna have a Tesla with some bull on the front, with a catfish pole in the back seat.
Turn the
It's gonna have
Cybertruck
some-
into a boat, man, to a Humvee.
Right, it's gonna have some spurs on the back of it.
Oh man. Turn it to Noah's Ark.
Bro, these people are minds. Again, it's to the point where you can't make an excuse for. You always try to find, again, that sliver of okay, maybe it's because of this, right? When you're thinking about being in the, again, we're being trained to understand objectivity, right? That's supposed to be a subject all the time. As an investor, that's your greatest gift. You have to be very objective minded, right? You have to be very open minded, right?
Mm-hmm.
From a lot of different perspectives and angles for that reason. That's why we always say it's your ability to find, it's like science, right? Find that where is the hang up? Where is that variable that we cannot solve in this problem, right? Or this equation? If you're looking at everything from that under that lens, and you're seeing how government is operating as of late, at least over the last, let's say, this is going to put out at least the last 6 to 7 years, because we've seen things.
Yeah,
in the
like
last
18, 19. Mm-hmm.
Say that industry changes over every 10 years, right?
Yeah, 10. Mm-hmm.
We were having all those investment, those live streams we talked about, but we figured out over time that things have now been sped up, right? Because of the way technology is kind of evolving. So that's now been shortened to 5 to 7 years. Industry changed over for 5 to 7 years, right? But if you don't have infrastructure, meaning your stationary, tangible infrastructure in place, and infrastructure in place to be able to outfit these, this new age technology, because it's going to need infrastructure to back it. It's not going to be just all in the cloud, like Kamala said, right? Which makes the conversation about it's just in the cloud, that's just floating around the cloud. No, it's on a server somewhere, sitting out. Matter of fact, they all around where I live. There's so many data servers in this area. It's another conversation another day. But I'm just saying, they don't have the infrastructure to be able to outfit this stuff.
Right.
That's the things that are already here is so old and rickety, you can't depend on.
Right.
So where's all this money going? If they only built 7 charging stations with what it was like $8 billion, $10 billion, and they had the entire administration from the beginning when they dropped their clean energy initiative bill, that climate bill, to now, and they only built 7 charging stations around the whole country.
Crazy.
$7.
And giving it all to the migrants. Everybody coming from the Darien Gap.
And they told y'all again, we're gonna be carbon neutral by 2035.
Definitely.
And the thing Trump said when he was out there trying to make his case, what we gonna do? What they want? Drill, battery, shrink. I shut down Keystone Pipeline. They did all this gaslighting about clean energy. They going after Kamala about the whole. She flip flop on fracking. Right? First she was big on we killing all it. There would be no fracking. Soon as they gas, green lit her. Oh well, see this special provision. I am not against fracking. I'm saying that to say this again. It's not to sway anybody politically. That's your business. What you do when you go cast your vote. But I will say this. This couldn't happen at a more. It happened at the right time. I should say it. It's unfortunate for the people that's in it, but it's giving people need to start realizing that life is bigger than Sunday football. No swipe against people who watch football. Life is much all this stuff that people are spending too much time being distracted by, because again, as the three little pig syndrome that we like to speak about a lot when it comes to investing. Those who build a house with straw, those who build a house with, with what would they build a house with? Wood, straw, and brick, whatever.
Yeah.
Your financial perspective has to be built surrounded around what? Brick. You don't have the ability to now squander useful time thinking about that it's going to be okay because you think government is going to be in play to back you or to cover you in the event something goes wrong, because you're still trying to figure out your position in terms of this country. It's not going to be there. It's not there.
It's laughable.
Oh, you've been paying into this system for years now, and where's your help coming from?
Right.
Again, you got to have this conversation with people, because the people out there still, their heads are still in the clouds, or in front of a screen all day, which is not really feeding them in a way that's necessary for them to be able to have survival skills. We're not talking about, Daniel Boone survival skills. We're talking about financial literacy survival skills.
Right.
That's what's important. We saw gold go from literally $1,400, literally 2018, 2019. Now it's sitting up, where is it?
2,600.
Make it make sense.
Yeah.
So again,
people sleep.
I'm just saying, from an investor perspective, we have to have these conversations. We get it. We're growing in our ability to understand the importance of these things. But when I say that you guys are the liaison between helping those who don't understand this, when we go out into our community or our family members and we have these discussions with them, whether they choose to listen or they don't, whether they sit there trying to pocket watch you or they don't, information is king, because everything is backed up by what? Data. Information that's out there. It's up to them to behoove to it, because you're gonna watch these people here go through. Again, this is a land grab. This is again.
They come to get it.
Grab. Don't get it.
Remember, Asheville was one of the first places to get reparations.
Think about this. This is some, man.
I think they're about to take over those people area.
They finna go through these places, man. We talk about, and it's gonna be ugly. Let's roll some more bean footage. Y'all forgive me, guys. We go on rant.
The hurricane demolishing areas in 6 different states, and all they had to offer was $750. Then you got Kamala, the city girl president. She's so big and bad, and she's handling everything. She was up there at the FEMA press conference, didn't want to answer questions for this reporter, and kicked them out.
Thanks so much.
See, this is why people are 38 hot right now. Straight up TikTok.
I know good and goddamn well this man did not just say that he needs us to continue to help fund it. Where the f are we supposed to get the funds, Joseph? Because 90% of us are out here living paycheck to paycheck and barely scraping by. Are we going to help out? Are we going to do it? Yeah, because we're the only folks to give them. Clearly, y'all don't. This is what I be talking about with the people that be riding this man's coattail, acting like he's the best president ever. Y'all forget that this is the same motherfucking man that sent billions of dollars to another country, but yet can't give billions of dollars to help his own people.
Kamala Harris literally just did a press conference talking about FEMA's helping out, the government's helping out, and that they're sending people $750 for everything they're going through. $750 ain't in today's world. That won't even get you probably a full basket of groceries. I know immigrants right now in Los Angeles who get more than that on their food stamp card every month. The disrespect by this administration, bro, is crazy. Right now was their chance to shine, was to show people that they put America first, but no, they failed. The They dropped the ball. They sent more money to in Ukraine and Israel and overseas than they did to their own American people who pay taxes.
Y'all notice that?
Yep.
Every random video you see, the one thing that you hear that's common across every talking point that they're speaking about is what? They know that this administration has spent what? All that money where? If they don't know nothing else about civics, if they don't know about financial literacy,
They
know about that dollar.
Yep,
Definitely
they
know
play
about
in
that
your
dollar.
face. Yep, they play in your face.
that show these people is not as minion or peon minded as the administration think. This is the problem when oligarchs, this is the disconnect that you always heard when you was a kid growing up and your parents used to tell you about the disconnect from government to people, right? These people who got money, they don't understand what it's like on the ground. When people try to paint the they live the life that you have in terms of struggle when you know that they really haven't. Because even if you came from struggle and made it, you never forget those experiences.
Right.
So doing a litmus test of the people that you have again, if you run for office in that third, you've been there. You can honestly say, hey, I know what it was like. This is what I'm doing to make sure that this, you guys have what you need, what you guys need to be able to function. This mess is crazy. Where when I say that, when we know that they turned the corner in this country, again, post Jimmy Carter, right? We remember we used to have these conversations back in a lot of our lives about when they figured out that, we're meaning they're going to do everything they can to, whether they did it maliciously or not, we don't know the true intention. It just seems to be malicious at this point when they begin to outsource a lot of industry out this country. And then everything from I-75 and up there in the greater North, the Great Lakes region, all that stuff was booming with factories and businesses at that time. We were producing steel, we were producing all these different things. When they begin to outsource that stuff and send it overseas, the one thing you have to have is the contingent plan. What are you going to replace that with?
All right.
From a what? Product-based economy to a what? Service-based
economy. Yep.
So now, what are the major service-based industries now? Now you have, we're not even going to use the whole microchip thing because that's the new explosion based upon the AI craze, right? That money still haven't even had a chance to gestate yet. We talk about 10 years later, you're going to have to kind of look back and see what was what was the value or the benefit of that. We're talking about right now. We're talking about industries of old we're supposed to be living in the fruit of their work. Their work right now is my point, right? Because you got to backdate it. That's how industry works, right? You backdate it. You have to and then you look forward to that in terms of how you're going to measure your GDP, right? Your gross domestic product, your output. So here you're going to tell people that if the jobs that they're having to work now are less efficient than they was back then, hence you got to work 2 or 3 different jobs. What does the future hold if you're going to automate them out of industry and your education system ain't equipped to handle all this new age technology and coding when you're trying to retool people to go back to the workforce that they're going to lose their job and they don't have that skill set or the mindset because they don't even trust the people that are empowered to give them the right instructions to be able to feel confident they're going in to do this and they're going to be secured. Where are they going to get that level of confidence from?
All right.
I posted an article the other day about a sister, PhD graduate. She's been waiting 6 years to find a job, 6 years with a PhD. $250,000 in debt. Now, she may can find a lower down the line job and work that to keep her experience up. But again, we're talking about that level of education. You do want to say, I paid enough into this country where I should be able to have that level of affordability of opportunity in front of me.
Right.
So one of the, I'm glad you brought that part up right there. So when we were at the conference, a lot of the students who were showing their research were some were PhD students, some were there was undergrad, and then there were PhD students as well. And there's a professor, two, one at Tennessee State University, one for land surveying, and the other one, they're both with land surveying and mapping. And they came to the conference to share with the students who were researchers, PhD students, to tell them that, hey, we want to teach you all how to take your research and partner that with community-based organizations to go after the type of funding needed to revitalize the community, right? Basically saying, if you're going to go after a PhD, right? I mean, it sounds cool, it looks cool to be called a doctor, but you're supposed to be using that education to make some type of change or enhance it, right? And so in order to do that is for you all to bridge your education and your research with community so that you can, one, create your own way, and two, help your community. And it was really interesting how he spun that, because if you think about it, we say it all the time. We share with our kids to go, our young adults to go to school to get the job, and some of them now, because they're opening up the doors, and it's not difficult for you to get into a PhD program. They're staying in school because they don't have jobs, right? So they're obtaining more and more debt to be there, but then once they have it, they really don't know how to maneuver with it or how to use it. And so these Black college professors,
College is a scam, especially for Black people.
Especially if you don't know how to leverage it.
Well, leverage, one thing. It's one thing to be able to leverage, and another thing to go into the world in debt and expecting your job to pay for it.
But one thing I learned by being that, well, I already knew it, but one of the things that I've learned is we have to try to influence our community to get into jobs that will pay for your schooling and not just go after jobs or not take up majors and there's no money opportunity at all. And so if we don't start pushing, or if we don't start making an impact into the majors that these kids are going in, where their schools can get paid for, then yes, you will go in with debt. And you don't necessarily have to join the military. There's a lot of, I came back with at least 8 schools that have undergrad programs where they will pay for students to come and learn these applied sciences. However, because our students only are approached with business, the typical stuff. Even in the medical field, right? We're only looking at the medical field from the RN, or you may have a few that go into like surgeon type areas, but they don't understand that there's some applied sciences that's within the medical field that will pay for your schooling, and you could still do the same thing. But they're not joining the national. So we have a lot of national Black associations in a lot of the career fields. However, our students are not participating in them or joining them, or they're not being made available to those students, whether they're still in grade school or they're in college, where these associations will direct them and put them on the right path for their schools to be paid for. And we know this because I'm a part of one, the National Association of Black Accountants, and then I'm usually involved with the National Association of Black Engineers, and now the National Association of Black Ecologists. And my cousin, she used to be president of Louisiana National Association of Black Nurses, right? So one of the things we have to do better with, like right now, we on a live, we don't push that a lot of lucrative information, right? To where if you take the politics off the line, if you just listen, you could get a lot of nuggets that can help your situation. But people don't tune into us who can share and direct them in the right place. And therefore, we're going to end up where we are now.
It's systemic. I'm gonna keep going back to what the brother from Atlanta Fed says. I'm gonna keep going back to that because that's the society we live in. Cool, go to college, get into these programs, and they pay for your school. That's great, but 9 times out of 10, nobody gonna go do those jobs. Not from our community. It's because it's systemic. But we got our own assets. You got to have good jobs. or a job. But we got to have assets. We got to have some type of ownership. And that's got to be. It has to be. There's no other way around that. This country, this society is not made for people who get jobs to become wealthy. It's just not made for that. You have to have assets, whether that's real estate, owning land, getting equity in your houses, owning stocks and bonds, commodities, whatever that looks like for you. We have to start owning more of that. And then, create more businesses, for ourselves and being able to protect that wealth protection. Like we can't own something and then not hand it down to the next generation and they don't know what to do with it. So they sell it or they lose it or just let it go to waste because we're not protecting whatever we have, which is why I'm going to be into investment banking and wealth protection because they not getting this information to protect the only things that we have. So if you have a business and your parents get old and they pass it down to the kid, but the kid don't want nothing to do with it. Well, how we gonna keep that in the family if we not, taking care of that and making sure that that's ours in essence, and that has to stay around for generations. That's how people stay in power and stay wealthy, whether it's 10 generations down. So to me, it's not about just getting a good job and getting into these other fields. That's great. That's great. But that doesn't move the needle for an ethnic group because the ethnic group needs to own something. We have to have our own resources. And if we don't have that, doesn't matter, what fields we go in. It doesn't matter, what jobs we get. We still going to be tooth and nail, pulling from over here, pulling from over there, because there is no, I would say there is no emphasis on real, tangible ownership and how important that is for an ethnic group. We can, complain about what America did in the past and what it continues to do today. But, our communities are unprotected. We don't invest in them. And the ones that do, which is very few, that's not enough. So, we need to push our kids to, take advantage of these programs and schools that pay for their school to get into these different fields of science. That would be great because most kids go to college and get in debt. That's just a fact. And in our vantage point, that's not good. You already damn near in debt if you grew up in the hood anyway, because somebody in your family didn't teach you how to leverage credit. Or they opened up credit cards in your name and so forth and so on. Not to be long-winded, but so it's just, looking at the landscape, the money laundering that they do in this country, just for profit. America's a business. It's a corporation and it operates for profit. We have to really understand that.
I was going to add some tax to that. Well, you answered what Monica was saying.
Mm-hmm.
One of the excerpts that we got from the great, elder Dr. Claude Anderson. He said, when Americans, when they, obviously people succeeded from, the British government came over looking for, again, a new way of life. It was all about what? Life, what? Liberty and pursuit of what?
Happiness.
Say that again?
Happiness.
Are you sure? They came over for what? Yeah. Life, liberty, and land. They came for land.
Ooh.
They came for land. Y'all better go back and revisit some of them old Dr. Claude Anderson excerpts. It was no life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness.
Oh, yeah.
They came for land.
They took over all the land. You ain't lying about that.
Because all the monarchs were what? Taxing them to death, suppressing them through religious, doctrines.
Religious doctrine.
Choking them out of what things that they figured was already there through their what? Their birthrights. In terms of what their family was able to kind of what? Acquiesce while they was around. It's always going to be about land.
Yeah.
And land is the ultimate, I should say, purse when it comes to having some kind of level of foundation of ownership in terms of being here on this planet. Yeah. You can't say, I have, at least this little corner of the earth is mine. You have nothing really to live for. It's like an animal without a home. You see what I'm saying? This is like, again, survivorship, again, goes into the topic that we're talking about today, right? Survival. Ownership is survival. Or at least the ideal or the semblance of what that feels like if you feel like you got something, or be it on paper, be it through, some kind of legality of law, whatever it is, if you just claim it something out the blue. But that level of survival comes with the level of being able to protect it too. Not just physically, right? Not through the value of, guns and this, that, and the third. We talk about financially.
Right.
Ideal that when we're speaking about, the value of what we feel like we're getting in terms of provision or I should say a blanket insurance from what government agencies are supposed to do, because government is growing exponentially. Year over year, government is growing. And the more government grows, the more what? The citizenry what? Shrinks. Basic civics, right? The country, in terms of their founding father, their creed, is that this is a what? A republic. Not a democracy, it's a republic. Republic means, basically in layman terms, people control the outcome of what? The growth and the validity of the country. The people control that.
So what's in that area? What's in that area where the hurricane hit that they're after? Because we ain't over there. If they folk over there.
Yeah.
So something over there.
Well, we talked about earlier. I mean, I didn't bring that up. I was going to get there, but I may not have time. I have to come back on and do it on live.
What's over there in Nashville that day after?
Receipts on that. Those areas are loaded in mineral deposits.
Mineral deposit. That's what I think, because of the
mineral deposits that we already seen that they want. Lithium is over there, and many other minerals over there as well. Underneath a lot of those people's properties that's going to get swooped up.
Oh yeah, they about to get that because they can't afford it. They ain't gonna be able to afford it. They probably don't have any funding.
We talked about the value of insurance. What's the use of having all these mineral deposits underneath it if you can't what? Bring it out, refine it, and also have it what? For sale. But then you got to run into all these what? Environmental agency protections or provisions that stops you from being able to do certain things like that. Right? You got to go through all that red tape. Because a lot of these companies, a lot of these homes or people who had property that was dealing in a lot of those areas where they had natural deposit gas underneath their feet, things like that, they couldn't, bring that gas forward without the government being involved. Because if the government can't get the cutoff, they're not gonna allow you to refine your, like, again, we talked about earlier when oil dropped, when negative oil prices, giving away oil, we're like, you need to go out there and buy as many barrels of oil as you possibly can and have them shipped and put in your backyard, right? Because one day you may need to take a chemical class and learn how to refine fuel, right? Because it may be needed one day. We make fun of the thing, but this is the reality of how things are. Ownership is tantamount to survival now. Yeah. Because you can be wayward and get away with just being a freelancer, living, the rent life, this, that, the third. That's fine when you in stages of your growth, but that is not a sustainable lifestyle, because unless you have adequate ownership and assets, beyond just owning a home, you got to do other ownership values in terms of investments, right? Because that's ever growing, ever increasing entity in itself, because it's constantly working. Yeah, that adds you through inflationary times, recessionary times, stagflationary times. You have something you can fall back on essentially at the end of the day. But if your only asset is your ability to get up and move your feet to eat, that is not going to be sustainable. Because again, if you're in an environment or area where this natural disaster happens, we talked about this so many times during Katrina and Harvey and other things. If you ain't got no other way to make money when you go down doing a hurricane or natural disaster, where's the income coming from?
Ooh.
FEMA.
Shit, it ain't never came from FEMA.
That's all you're gonna be hoping and wishing for, because ain't gonna be getting nothing else.
You know, so much before in the past that it's crazy to me that people really think that governmental agency is going to be there to backstop them in case something like this happens. And time and time they are shown to be proven wrong. Like, how do you keep putting all this faith and trust in a situation or a system that has proven to you that it's not going to come to you?
It's not coming to you. It's not definitely not
more just right now, you're watching people come in illegally and they're getting 5-star treatment. Not one stitch of taxes into this country. And you're supposed to be okay with that while you watch your family members in the South or wherever pretty much lose everything. Make it make sense. Again, you can't, if they're gonna play on your intellect and your consciousness and your ability to make base case decisions, based on what's in front of you, then you need to be able to look these people in the face and tell them to get the hell out of your face.
750.
Call up your local congressman, whomever it is, and curse them out. An old school, old English, British cuss out. You wanker, you gotta cuss them out in the old. Because apparently,
you dirty son of a.
I'm to my old school, old English, right?
Wanker.
Rubbish.
Bastard.
Right, all that. No way you could be confident in knowing that they're going to bat for you when you're watching them time and time again choose others over you. You can't. Again, people are not making all these TikTok videos and this, that, and the third, even if you are on any opposing side of this going to this election cycle. That's what makes it even worse now, because you're in the middle of an election cycle. This just happened during the middle of an election cycle. Things like this tip an election in most cases. And it couldn't happen, I say it couldn't happen at the worst time for them. But it's a good time for a lot of us because it's giving us the level of exposure to see exactly what does it look like if it happened again? What does it seem like in terms of the readiness to get the amount of things that we need necessary? Who are on the job to make sure that you're going to be confident that you're going to get what you need? Is it Mayorkas? Right? Is it the Pete Buttigieg? Or can you rely on this guy?
So
I'm going to I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say, if they're after the natural resources in those surrounding areas, this is an interesting play. So at the, how they would say in the military, you would expend some lives to get to something that you want.
Ukraine is a living testament that we should have already learned enough from watching how they do with Ukraine. They've been doing it in the Congo since time immemorial.
Mm-hmm.
They can drain the level of resources underneath that earth over there, and they're there every day of the year. All these foreign nationals over there trying to eat off that that fat benefit off it 1 iota, make it make sense. Either somebody ain't learning, or these people just that diabolical and making sure they keep you destabilized where you can't learn nothing how to get your own
Yeah, get your own little bag.
You can't make this up. I'm just saying, how can people go into an environment or a system or look at this system in a way where you're saying the benefit that I'm really getting from this is, then I say go. What's the benefit of government at this point?
No benefit.
You can't get basic necessities that you've been promised that you're again afforded through the value of taxation. This is Rome 2.0. This is old English before the Civil War broke out over there. This you can't make it any less that of an emphasis at this stage in the game unless you just literally closing your eyes to get hit in the ground in the clouds and saying, this too shall pass. That's the next level brainwashing. Because if you ain't moving your feet, you in trouble. You in trouble. And people always say, well, you know what? We've had these things before. You're just being hyperbolic and you're just looking at this from a place where you don't understand that yeah, it's gonna pass some point, but no, life doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way when you're the person who lost everything. When you said, when a person on the outside looking in, they judge you from afar, but they don't understand that, okay, yeah, I've been paying into this too. So if it ever hits my area, I want to be afforded the same things that those people over there waiting to get and did something. Forbid it ever happened to me. So it would be the same if you're looking at someone else over there or in those situations saying, you know what? Yeah, that could be me. What do I have in play to make sure my situation is well taken care of? Because apparently, watching how these people who are the government or these agencies, how they operate, like if you didn't get how the saying goes, fool me once, shame on what?
Yeah, shame on me.
Yeah.
I was born at night, but not what?
Last night.
How many people are really looking in the mirror and asking themselves these things? Because apparently they ain't learning. This is some thick, cold peanut butter propaganda.
So all of the so looks like these mountain areas, look out. That's where the disasters are possibly. Okay.
Oh, you're doing ecology report over there.
Map it.
Go look at it. I didn't even get to the part I was going to do. I have to come back over and do another whole thing on it. But yeah, they
I map it. I learned a little something in class.
This is BlackRock 2.0. This is BlackRock. BlackRock got the biggest contract.
Yeah.
Yep.
Who got the biggest contract in Iraq?
Yeah.
Yep,
Halliburton and them.
Caused the war and then came in
fixed it.
And the bandages.
They're gonna give you a couple dollars while they're there. And they still there.
You couldn't make this stuff up, guys. People gotta see this for what it is. So hold on, let's roll some more of this bean footage.
Every single year, bro. So y'all, that administration, they ain't worth a penny. They came out talking about something. First, Joe Biden came out saying that he wants us to take care of the people of Hurricane Helene. That's what he said. Then they're gonna come out and give the people only $750. What can that do? That can't do anything for people who lost everything in Hurricane Helene. But they want to give billions and billions of our taxpayer dollars away to fund wars, to Zelensky, to Israel, to Palestine, to Taiwan. They want to give billions away to people coming across this border illegally, paying for their housing, paying for their medical, paying for their food, and childcare. Those tax dollars that they are collecting from us every day, that money should be for us.
What's going on, everybody? So I am in Asheville, North Carolina. We are walking door to door, checking on people, asking them if they need any supplies, passing out food, supplies. So yeah, we gotta stick together. We gotta help out our American brothers and sisters, our next door neighbors. We gotta take care of home. America's home. No matter what city you live in, if there's people in another city who needs help, if you are able to help, then please do that. We are out here helping out.
Yeah, Kamala announced that the $750 would help residents cover home repairs, insurance deductibles, and hotel stays. And of course, most people are offended right now because they see illegals get more money every month. So much money is being spent on illegals in sanctuary cities like New York, Chicago, and LA. In New York, they're giving them $1,400 per month on food stamp cards. Gave them $53 million on debit cards and about $1.5 billion spent on temporary food and housing services.
There's your natural disaster money. I renounce my citizenship right now. I am officially an illegal immigrant.
Yeah.
I'm coming in. I'm coming through barbed wire, bass fishing, land, water. I'm coming through all that there. I'm coming to get all that there, bro.
Yeah, I need that.
I need all that. That means I come in clean slate, no bills, no debt, no credit, no nothing. I'm going to get all this cash and go all in on the video. Make it make sense, guys. This is your government that's telling you that the FEMA is insolvent because they're doing a money laundering scheme for. Everybody look, people know what's really going on, who's taking time to really look at this, objectively. They're not, it's gotten them to do it party at this point. This is political malfeasance. This is borderline treason. This is beyond fiduciary irresponsible. That should been sealed, right? America, in terms of fiduciary responsibility, that should been sealed. Now you're at the point of just straight dictatorship, like I said before. This is next level, in your face, looking down on people like they're peons. This is again why people left Britain or the UK and England, all that stuff back in the days. This is going there. People say, well, again, that's just being over the top. But how can you make it make sense where you're constantly going through these things and you're getting the same result? We have to make, again, a lot of light of that. A lot of our conversation, we're talking about what? Doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result. It's the definition of insanity.
Yep.
Going into debt to try to find a way to get out of debt, only to end up in more debt. Because the system is based around what? A lot of debt. But it's based upon you being able to leverage it properly. Because if you don't know how to leverage American debt properly, you may as well be a wandering citizen. Because you will never be able to set up roots anywhere and build something to pass on, especially if you're going to have children, if you don't have, again, an understanding of being able to control it and have ownership, right? Or have a mindset of ownership at least. Because even if that is the case, like you spoke about earlier, or you was touching on that, and you as well, Monk, about, hey, if you end up got something that's a hand-me-down, right? From generational, ownership, a house or some land, if you can't manage the debt on it or the taxes on it, and then hits your hand because someone leaves the earth, then guess what? It's gonna get swooped up in what? Probate or something, or it's gonna get swooped up, from government because you can't afford to even do the to do the upkeep on it. Like you're in a constant system where you have to constantly keep evolving financially, mentally, in a way where these things have to be at the top of your focal point on a daily basis, because there is no leeway going to be granted. If something ever happens in or around your eco, you need to make sure that, again, that everything you can possibly muster in that moment is in the form of protection that you can obviously manage to the best of your ability, or it gets outside your hands and goes into agency. Because if you're not even literate enough to be able to handle certain things, again, this is how people land gets taken away from them. We're not even talking about eminent domain at this point. Now it's a thing again where we're talking about the level of what? Natural disaster gentrification. That's the next grip. So you can't blame it on one single entity, or it was a hurricane fault. It's not my fault you weren't able to kind of, pay the taxes on your land or the insurance claim on your land, and now you probably get foreclosed on this, that, and the third, and some, man, it's a dirty game out there, guys. It is dirty out. Yeah. And again, I can't stress enough. This is why, I'm so excited for a lot of people who got, serious about being serious and learning a skill set as what you guys have already embarked on. Either your own right or in collective group environment. You need to realize ownership is the only way. It's some form of fashion. You have to have appreciated assets somewhere in your, in your immediate sphere where you're managing it. Preferably you manage it more than someone else outside of you managing it. That way you have more control over your situation. Again, it's no way of getting around this one. People are going to really start to rethink a lot of the, a lot of the attention they're giving to a lot of things that are not really relevant or to their daily existence. They don't have to start rethinking those things. Again, it's just no way around it. There's no way around it.
They gave free full coverage health insurance to 700,000 illegals. And they're even giving them $1,000 per month in cash benefits, not to mention food stamps, rent programs and home buying programs. And we all know
Fair
Chicago.
use, fair use, fair
They
use.
spent millions of dollars in temporary food and housing services, giving $15,000 in rental support alone. And here's another part that's making people angry. These people have been depleting our FEMA budget to fund illegal immigration. Get this, in 2023 and 2024, they took over $1.4 billion from our FEMA money to help fund illegals. And that's just one budget. They're definitely skimming off the FEMA budget for non-citizens, but they're also pulling federal money from other departments too. Listen, folks, that's our money. This is absolutely crazy.
We're sitting here watching them give Americans who are taxpayers $750, where we know that they have given credit cards to illegal immigrants, $5,000, $15,000. I even heard that there was a hotel in New York that they are paying $6,000 a month for illegal immigrants to live in that hotel. As we have Americans who are losing their houses in this hurricane, and what is happening? We have lost our way. You have this billionaire group, and that I'll call the firm, that are sitting up here doling out our money that we pay taxes on. They don't pay the taxes. We're the ones. It's our money, and they're taking our money and giving it to everybody but Americans. I'm asking you again, did you call your senator? And I'm also I'm asking for all of you veterans that have gone to war before, who have served our country before. Call your senators. I'm asking all of you churches, Black churches, stop saying you're looking for a Black president when your Black president says she's going to give $750 to American citizens. I'm asking all of the organizations, everybody, all of you nonprofits, what are you doing to preserve our country? We have lost our way. I hate to say it, but this is.
I mean, when the aunties start coming at you, you know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
When the aunties start, breaking it down to you like that, you know what it is. And she probably been in some church for a lot of years, paying a lot of tithes and offerings, and she realized, look,
Scam.
this ship is about to sail.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're in there doing everything that they're supposed to. I'm not going to get deep into that because we already didn't cross that river a long time ago. But it's such a tragedy because, again, you realize the importance of that when you think about, we broke this stuff down before about the amount of money people that paid into these, these feel-good institutions. I'm gonna call it what it is, and what that will look like in aggregate in terms of an investment cycle. If you were paying that, 10% every month into an investment portfolio, what would that look like today? Ties and offers into it, what? A system, as opposed to a belief system. Let me repeat that. Ties and offers into a tangible investment system as opposed to a belief system. One is giving you mental courage, but that money is going like a fair ride at a carnival. The other one is giving you a hard, tangible asset, aggregate appreciation that you can monitor every day, that helps you build proper mental confidence and mental acuity to deal with financial issues in the future. When you come down that pike of hard times, you got assets out there that can what? Backstop your situation. I'm just putting that out there. We know better at this point. I know it's preaching to the choir with a lot of you guys, but I say this every day because I got, like anybody else, I got family members who are, they see no other way than just giving it to belief systems.
Mm-hmm.
When the crap hits the fan, all that money, all those years could have been what? Very resourceful at this point. The system is set up to separate you from your what? Your resources. That's just what it is, a debt-based society.
Yep.
If the income appreciation society of surplus, those would be the least of your worries because it would be, almost inexcusable not to be moving and thinking in terms of surplus. But that's just not the case. People really think that this is this land of milk and honey pursuit value, which is not, because it's not about life, living in pursuit of happiness. That's bullcrap. No adult-minded person who lived more than 30 plus years will even utter that mess out their mouth at this point in the game. Even if you're an immigrant coming over here. Because everything is surrounded around what? Asset ownership.
Yep.
So much so that they've outsourced all the, the profiteering type of, institutions, or at least manufacturing institutions that can really give people opportunity to leg up with a job, even to go into their own level of business. That shit been sailed. You're not going to school to get a job just to be a glorified housekeeper, or to work 2 or 3 different jobs, to equate that of what, what you feel like one single entity of jobs should be able to do, or employment. I even say that. The goal should be bigger aspirations than that, and having multiple ways to procure income. But you're seeing, again, in these moments, if you get, stretched or wiped out, for whatever reason, everything that you got that's, waiting to be obviously liquidated, or, have to be liquidated because of the situation, because you can't depend on government. If it don't last long, you in trouble. Again, they want society to do the work of government, while government take your money off, take theirs off the top, and do what they want to do with it. And it's so much so that they're doing more, they're taking more off the top every fiscal calendar, they're learning how to take more and more off the top. There used to be a time when we had, $200 billion, deficit on the fiscal budget, $100 billion. That used to seem, literally, we're talking about at most maybe 10, 8, 9 years ago, before the GFC, definitely, but a little bit after that too. Now we're running $1 trillion deficits, guys. That used to be something astronomical in our mind, and we even thought about, like, man, what it'd be like to have $1 trillion. Remember we used to have a conversation when you was a kid? $1 trillion. Man, you must be, that made me think about Chris Rock and what, I'm gonna get you something. Let me get one ring. A whole dollar, man, pour them in here for a quarter. Right? You could think about $1, and that's like something outside of your purview, your league. They're running $1 trillion deficits now. And the interest on that, we can't even pay the interest on our debt right now. Let that marinate. We cannot pay the interest on our debt right now. And you got government institutions that are insolvent because they're skimming off the top and just freewheeling that money and doing what they want to do with it. And not, again, returning it back to the people who paid into a system. Again, that's like you paying into a 401k. When you hit your 40-year mark, guess what happens? They mess around and dissolve your 401k because the company went under, and there's some special law provision that says if the company ever go under or need this money, you are forfeiture of your retirement. Man, you will pipe bomb that company the next day.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no way you allow that to happen. So they're just doing it in other ways now, and they're doing it in a way where they're sanitizing you from even thinking about, pushing back against them. Because on top of that, they hit you with a daily dose of propaganda every single day to weaken your ability to make conscious decisions about what you're really dealing with. They're just sitting around watching how much they can get away with. I mean, again, you couldn't make this stuff up.
Right.
That's why I say this has got to be a big psyop. This got to be one of the biggest psyops I've ever seen, at least in my adult life, my adult position, where I'm saying, okay, I'm seeing this for what it is. I can't be the only one sitting here watching this and thinking that this is some bat crap crazy mess. Like, what else are you distracted with so much so that you can't put these kind of, 2 and 2 together and see exactly what's happening? Because, again, speaking truth to power today is a rarity. Again, I go back to scenario, right? A well-organized lie defeats a disorganized truth.
Every time. Ooh-wee.
That's what they're hitting us with right now. They know majority of people are so disenfranchised and fragmented because they're so distracted. They know the people ain't organized. So they hit well-organized lies. And then they fact-check you with a lie to try to exonerate a lie, and you go along with it.
Right.
Make it make sense, God, you can. So again, it's a classism reality now. It's a dissolving of the middle class in a way that you'll never see it again, like it was at a point where it meant something to be middle class.
Mm-hmm.
Conversation before, again, I know I'm preaching to the choir, but you have to revisit some of these moments because it's tantamount again to you having, your head on straight, on a swivel, and realizing that you don't have a luxury to be distracted right now. You just don't. Because again, we make provisions, or we make the correlation to the ideal of what it's like when you hear these little, the feebles of, again, 3 little piggies, this, that, and the third. What are you doing? What are you building them with? You don't have that luxury, bro. I mean, again, I speak for myself. That's why every day I try to figure out what distractions can I cut out from my life. I'm not lying. I see it every day. Because every day you cut out a distraction, that means that's money saved.
Right.
That's money saved and it's money made somewhere else. Because you're thinking more objectively in terms of how you can grow your resources. In some form of a fashion. Be it whatever, family, food, resources, whatever. Those are moments you can't get back. That's why I say it's important that people start realizing that now. If not, a whole life will pass you by, and then you have what? You know what I'm saying? It makes no sense.
The wake-up call. Everyone sees what's going on. The victims of Hurricane Helene are going to receive $750. $750 because FEMA is out of money, because that Biden-Harris administration has spent most of the money, and they have no money for any type of natural disasters. We have a hurricane season here in the United States. I'm from Louisiana originally, and we have to run from hurricanes all the time. This is why you hear my accent come out sometimes. There's always a disaster. We used to run from 2-3 hurricanes a year. How is it that there's no money for the American people when we need it? When we pay trillions of dollars in taxes, but our money is not going to our own people. See, this is the problem.
We haven't seen FEMA, we haven't seen Red Cross, we haven't seen Harvest Hands, we've seen no agencies down there. Most people drive through with their cameras out, filming us like we're animals in the zoo, and don't stop.
I just want to give you some facts here. Yesterday, Vice President Harris said that she's going to be giving the victims of Hurricane Helene $750. Well, I want to tell you what we are giving illegal immigrants that have entered into America illegally. What we are giving them each and every day. It costs around $350 a day to take care of an illegal immigrant family, a mom and a dad and 2 children. That comes out to $2,450 a week, $9,800 a month, $117,000 a year. That is what our government, we ourselves, are paying to take care of people who illegally broke into America. Yesterday, our vice president, she said, if you are one of the devastated victims from the hurricane, $750 will be given to you and to your family to buy supplies that you may need to take care of your family right now.
They got you a nice $750 check.
$750.
$750. What you talking about, Bookham? $750. Man. So let's do the math. The math ain't math. $24.50 for a migrant family, and they getting that every week. That money, it's already signed, sealed, delivered. You have to fight the government to get $750. And it's already videos out there where people showing that they've been denied over and over again.
Dang.
They just getting denied, loan denied.
Denied.
Make it make sense.
That's tough, man.
When Miss Miller running them numbers, you know what it is. It's different with Miss Millie. Miss Millie running them numbers now. See, it hits different when it, you know, y'all know what it is. It hit different when there's other people involved. Now,
he said Miss Millie.
Miss Millie, you know, when Miss Millie gets asked that question, doing that math, you in trouble.
Miss Millie. Miss Millie made a career out of accounting.
Man, when Katrina, people were like, yeah, but they will make excuses. Now that it's, you know, a different, you know, society, it hit different, ain't it? See how that work? It's a different level of outrage now.
You should say that different hue plays a bigger factor.
I'm just being, we call things the way they are. I don't sugarcoat the truth.
Call spade a spade.
I'm just about to say that, spade is spade.
When you complain, your voices only go as far as your what?
The
wall that you have in your house.
Facts.
When it's the other side, it seems to penetrate the house wall, the city wall, the state walls. Look, it make it all the way up to DC real quick, like in a hurry. Fashion. Why? Because they know it's what? Some donor money attached to it in some cases. They're doing damage assessments right now. How much is it going to cost us in terms of election value? In terms of donor money. Is it effective? But see, here's the other part of it. When the sister was speaking earlier, that auntie was speaking earlier about the firm, which we know what the firm is because we follow money in terms of the market prowess.
Yes.
They're gaining power for a reason, more and more reason. We sat there and watched what they did with this election.
Yep.
They pulled a coup on Biden, had a round table meeting, names came out that y'all didn't even know that was in the background that been dictating a lot of these elections and donor class. How many of y'all knew George Clooney had that much clout until the coup on Biden?
Doing anything, clout.
Who knew that George Clooney had that much power? These people have been behind the scenes all along, working with the George Soros, working with these private investment firms, working with these other high-powered, you know, A-list celebrities and this, that, and the third, pulling the strings and dictating what? Social policies and things of that nature, the shape and mold of what? The society as we know it today. All this y'all been witnessing, all this stuff that just sprung up on the scene out of nowhere, and it's getting money that's been getting allocated to them, and resources been getting allocated to them. That was all by design. We know about these old things, these old plans that they had out there where they was waiting to enact them and put them in. See, America, as we know, is it's an experiment.
Yep.
It's one big experiment, and we're on I would say, we're on the back third, you know, the back 2/3 of this experiment called America. I mean, this heyday has already passed. Remember we talked about this when we talk about what? Kemet, the golden ages, right? Going through all these cycles and rebirths, and you know, if you don't have competent people to kind of run out all the, you know, the bad actors, what's gonna happen? You're gonna bring foreign women on the throne, and they're gonna overthrow your whole homegrown society. Is that not what happened in Kemet?
Facts.
Man, foreign women on the throne, and then they come in with their own ideology telling you how to run your society when you've been running it for thousands of years. Is that not what's happening right now in America?
Yep.
Foreign interests dictating you how you run your life when you built the country. Make it make sense.
Well,
bro, I'm just saying, I'm getting when Miss Millie get the math, doing them numbers, running them numbers, somebody.
Miss Millie.
We have spent billions upon billions of dollars of taking care of the millions upon millions of illegals who have broken into our country illegally.
Let me tell y'all something. There is no way that the current administration thinks they're going to win this election. They just spent $8 or $9 billion over to Ukraine, and then said, "Here's your little funky $750 for disaster relief victims." There is no way they think they're going to win, and I think they know that. At this point, this is what it looks like to me. They know it's over.
Fair use.
They not getting back in there. And they say, you know what? Since we know we ain't gonna win this one. We're gonna run this thing into the ground. We gonna jack it up before we gotta give it back to the people.
And they actually do that as an election strategy, guys. This is the insidious nature of people who think them being in power is based upon an any means necessary perspective. And they cloud it or cloak it in the eyes of the citizenry as this is fair election practices to prove to you that we can do it better than other people. Y'all know as well as I know, you've never seen this level of censorship, insidious nature, weaponizing court system to go after political opponent ever in American history.
Facts.
Name a time in American history, even during a time when it was chaotic and it was coming out of the Civil War scenario perspective, where you had this level of debauchery when it came to political people clamoring for power in a way where they would just cut off their nose to spite their face just to hurt the citizenry to prove to themselves that they are better fit candidate to run the power structure in this country. Show me another time in history you've seen it at this level. And we lived, meaning our ancestors, lived through, again, chattel slavery, Reconstruction, Jim Crow. We went through it all, right? We know what it was like to be sabotaged. Their whole existence was based upon sabotaging us from being able to have power. Again, i.e. look at Wilmington, North Carolina. Since we talk about the state of North Carolina, Wilmington, North Carolina was an all-black ran governmental system.
Yep.
It was a part of the Black Wall Street system that we enacted, where we were self-reliant, we were self-governance, we were infrastructure building. We built that city up from the ground up. They gave us the scraps of a state that they didn't want near the coastline, and we built it up. And then all of a sudden, waterfronts became what? Private real estate. Then came the overthrowing of all that all our ancestors. Make it make sense. Again, look, you got to realize what it's about. Again, I'm just saying out in the perfectest way. It's always been about what? Life, liberty, and the pursuit of what?
Ownership.
In the form of land or tangible resource asset. Don't never let these people tell you it's all about happiness. That's the dumbest thing ever for an adult. You can't
happiness. Man.
McDonough was. You can't feed your family on happy. Again, it's insidious. It's always been about land. Always. Majority of the migrants coming in now that they're bringing in illegally and they're providing cover for, what are them people doing? The same things that people are getting, we have laws for in the books that you can't undercut the American citizen in terms of what? Cheap labor that we get on China about. The same reason why these people call Chinese people communists, they're doing it right here underneath your nose. They're bringing in legal people to work based for pennies on the dollar, which undercuts your what? Your value in terms of your dollar value, your education value, and force you to accept less. And then they're going the corporation's gonna reap the profit.
Turning the arrow so y'all don't die.
Yeah, they're gonna undercut you and then take all that resource that they gain the profit and run it all the way up until what the law decides to do what they're gonna do with these people.
Right.
You're sitting there suffering. This is the biggest psyop ever. We ain't talking about all that goof and this false flag stuff that we know most people kind of get confused about. This is hard, tangible. We can draw a correlation, look at the numbers, look at the allocation of funds, and we can make a direct correlation what they're doing with this money by bringing all these people, because we can figure out from what we've seen in terms of FEMA money that they pull to give to these people and other money that is reallocated for these people. You can see a direct line what that looks like in effect of people who are homegrown that can't benefit those resources. It's still their right to make the decision whether they do something with it or not. They just can't override you, overlook you to give it to somebody else. Yeah, again, this is the city's nature of government. This is not a government anymore. This is it's a dictatorship. This is a communist reality where, again, that's over the conversation too, because there's so much to talk about. Again, but I don't want to get in here and make it all about some kind of partisan scenario. But I just see things for what they are. On the social side of things, this experiment that they're pushing on y'all right now with this Democratic nominee. This is something very interesting. Yeah, but people out there are waking up. They've been awake. They just been kind of playing along. But now they really started to say, you know what? Let me be vocal with this, because you lived through censorship and COVID. Turned out everything that we knew about it was right. Turned out everything that we uncovered about it was right. We uncovered all of the biolabs. We uncovered all way before it even became an issue. We uncovered all that stuff and we moved on to something else.
Facts.
Couldn't make this stuff up, and now all of a sudden, yeah, it was all a scam. It was all a dry run experiment on the globe with bio warfare.
Mm-hmm.
Let me move on. Move on, Doc. They say the church. Move on, Doc. Move on, church. Don't you upset these people tonight.
Mm-hmm.
The audacity is flying off the shelves. That is the biggest slap in the face you could ever think of. But like I told y'all, like I've been saying, they do the stuff to Black people first, and then it goes to everybody else. No one cares when it's us, you know. But when it hits everybody else, oh, we can't believe it. Really?
That's a word. She said they do it to Black people first, and when it's us, nobody cares. Not even other Black people like Angela Wright and the Boulay. They all treat us the same way. Everybody will move along like nothing is happening when benign neglect is served to Black people, especially descendants of slaves. But listen, let me tell you, more and more people are starting to get the same treatment, from Muslims to the white folks down in North Carolina and Tennessee. The way Biden and Kamala trialing right now, you would think this was the Ninth Ward in New Orleans. And side note, blessings to my people in New Orleans. I still got a bone to pick with the Jay-Z. They out here disrespecting our people. Next year is the 20th anniversary of Katrina, and we're allowing Jay-Z to play in our faces too. Yes, it's going to be the 20th anniversary of Katrina in New Orleans. Where all those Black bodies floated in that water.
Ain't that something? It's been 20 years, almost to the day. And here it is, another hurricane of this magnitude that happened in this quarter perspective. And you mean to tell me some 20 years later, we haven't learned nothing? Government hasn't gained any kind of ground in terms of research? Data science, scientists haven't been able to kind of do the math and figure out, what's necessary to, put in the proper infrastructure that way we can be more, protected and ready for that. It's just all early response of knowing that it's coming, but it's up to the infrastructure to do its part to hold up, and it ain't never been rebuilt or fortified since. Power lines, bird can land on a power line in a come down, but it's supposed to stand up to what? Hurricanes. Dried out wooden poles that hold up the power line. They can't take a beating. Is that not what PG&E got hit for in California, all the wildfires? You would think of all people, they should definitely know in California with all the wildfires. That all that old infrastructure, them old power lines and the poles were dry rotted. I mean, fire come through that jump fall faster than a match to a straw. Or to gunpowder. It was just basic gunpowder in the form of a pole. Bro, this is supposed to be your infrastructure and your grid. That's what they said. If we ever get hit with a real, cyber warfare, we done, bro. Our power is so old and antiquated. It's not even, look, shout out to all the doomsday people out there that still got analog radios and, buckets of dry food that can last for the next 50 years. The people that we look at say, man, that junk ain't gonna never happen, bro. You just being hyperbolic.
Mhm.
Them brother with them analog radios and people with them that know how to work them CDs and running off of,
CB ready.
man, working off them AAA with them triple C, the 4D battery radio. Bro, bro, them brothers cooking right now. They cooking right now. Man, look at it. They still connected. Hey, I'm out there. I mean, y'all know the little Billy Ray. I'm up here in the South quarter and so on. So I want y'all to know that where I'm at. Come get me.
Mhm.
You look at them people like, man, you just crazy, bro. You don't look at it. I'm just saying, at some point, look, stand for something or fall for anything. And on the other side of that, you got semiconductors that are supposed to have the capacity in terms of inference and generative AI computing power that are, one of the the most proficient supercomputers that we had before this generative AI thing came around. You got the level of these, these H200 chips and H100 chips that NVIDIA putting out before you think about the Blackwell stack or the Doge stack of Tesla, that can do the work of a whole server in a matter of what? Minutes to seconds now in terms of compute power and generate outcome and variables, surfing through all these variables out there and coming up with what? Generative data and also inference. It's inferring data to you as being smart. And you can't ask ChatGPT how to fortify the infrastructure or the power grids in America right now.
Right. Can an app work without comms communications? Without the cell phone server? Can an app?
Maps.
Can you still operate?
Maps.
No, app. Like
Yeah.
okay.
I'm saying maps can work.
Maps. What's Maps? That's an app.
No, it's like Google Maps, mapping system, like a map, like directional maps.
Yeah.
No. I'm saying an app. Like
no, that's what I'm saying. The maps will work.
Oh, the maps will work. Oh no, because we I'm listening. We are trying to come up with an initiative for the disaster that if communications go down, and someone suggested that we create an app. So I asked how is it going to work? It's like, well, it's going to work like an Amber Alert, but if the comms go down, and so I'm asking you all, is that still?
Yeah, they got broadband value that's only dedicated to emergency lines. That's why if you never have phone service on your phone, if you don't pay your bill, you still got emergency call feature, right?
That's what I'm okay. So that's what they're aiming for. All right, got it.
Not through private, that's federal. That's a federal relay system that's afforded to these providers, right?
Right.
I don't want to say to y'all, but to my knowledge, I don't think that there's any kind of special private interest that has, leeway to kind of to do that. There is, because again, I say this again, like I was saying earlier, that still not operate analog devices, they still winning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to suggest. That's what I was trying to suggest to them, the antiquated way, right? But they was stuck on the app thing. I'm like, I don't know if we're gonna be able to tap into that, but okay.
Yeah. Has anybody tried Starlink yet?
Well, Starlink is how a lot of those people in Asheville got help. But I think they shut it down.
I don't know if it went through. Yeah.
It went through. It went through for like a certain period, and then I guess once they got wind that people were able to get through Starlink, they shut it down.
I was asking because
they confiscated it. They went in there and confiscated those people's Starlink connectivity.
Yeah, I was asking because just to see how they thought the connection was.
Well, no, I watched, because I've been doing a lot of research on it too, because I was thinking about buying it just for the service and see what it like, and just pay like a couple months subscription, because I think the lowest tier for private use is like $249 a month.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be no long drawn out thing because I don't need it like that. I'm not living off the grid. But I did want to see what it would be like, because again, when I go fishing, I'm out there in them dead spots, I want to see what the connectivity would be like, right? Understand the value of having a sat phone as opposed to having still internet connectivity is different, right? So right. And I've kind of looked at some of the programs or tiers that they have, but the lowest one was like $250 a month. And that's for if you want to have it on your cell phone or whatever, you'll have that connectivity, right? But again, you're talking about, you know, having the ability, now you have to power whatever your device you're going to need. So me personally, I know it's been a while since we've been on here talking, but your brother been doing a lot of things behind the scenes since y'all last talked to me, right? I have been investing in lithium batteries, right? For that reason too. And self-sustainability to power them in the event that your power grid goes off beyond that of a generator, gas, and or electric, you need to have some kind of solar regenerative power. And that's another thing too, because the solar obviously regenerates a power bank, right, or an inverter that you can turn around and use in the case of emergency go out. Because even if you have access to fuel to power that of a generator or crank it up, if you ever have in a situation where if you don't have access to fuel or you run out of fuel, what's going to be your backup?
Right.
It's the one thing that they always had in the motherland. Raw.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these systems in the last 5-10 years should be crazy expensive. They've come down substantially now. You could buy a 12-volt, 100-amp lithium-ion battery, a LiFePO battery, for about $250 now. That gives you, in terms of an inverter from DC to AC current, you'll get in terms of how much water you pull in from, let's say your refrigerator or something like that, 500 watts like that, you'll get at least 7 to 8 hours of power out of that. That means that saves your groceries in your refrigerator long enough where you sustain yourself through that of what? A bad storm in case if it gets, get out of hand. If you want to go a little bit further, then you go, obviously, you got to up your what? Your amperage, right? They got 240 volts. 240 amps, 500 amps. You're going to pay a little bit more for those, but we're talking about living off the grid or being at least self-sustaining.
Right.
I've been testing a lot of those things lately, personally. I've been getting them lithium battery. They charge faster. They hold power better, and they have less what they call discharge of that of a lead acid battery.
Yeah, I was looking at some too.
Yeah, so again, that's a whole other conversation we're gonna have again. That I don't know if y'all into that or not, but I got some nice little systems and setups for you guys maybe to look into. Not only for your own personal mind and safety or peace of mind and safety, it's just prudent to have that level of backup. Because again, you're watching things happen. Here it is again, 20 years after Katrina, and we ain't learned nothing. Meaning they haven't learned. I just call it what it is. They ain't learned because they ain't trying to.
Right.
These people that much malicious or callous in terms of how you look at their citizenry, or this is just what they call a one-off administration that really is spiteful and mad because they can't get their way, and they're willing to crash and burn and crash out and allow everybody to crash out with them because they want more power. But that just seems to be the energy of all politicians going forward. Like they ain't learning. Like no one is putting enough heat behind them or threatening them enough to realize that this is a republic, not a democracy.
Mm-hmm.
So all this stealing and siphoning money, the biggest money grab we saw, even with the helicopter drop with COVID, that ain't, again, people didn't wake up from that. It's like this just a constant barrage of them testing you to see how much you're gonna really endure and put up with. This is a style, bro. This is the real level of a style. Not all that other Looney Tunes stuff. We're talking about real tangible style right in front of your face. Because we're able to track and trace the money. We're able to follow the money. We're not following the conjecture or the hype, the per se or the someone said. No, we actually know how to trace the money. So it leaves no stone unturned in being able to make appropriate decision what's good for you in your situation. So again, I say it again, start learning how to figure out how to work these analog radios, get yourself some, and get you a lithium battery power source to power them. Because we even know the base case batteries that you have today, they dissipate and lose energy over time. So you're gonna stock up batteries so long, they're gonna still power out. So you either got to get the rechargeable ones or get it again a lithium-based one that holds power better. They hold peak power longer, obviously, than a lead acid battery, and then get your inverter so you can transfer DC to AC current power. And you can run that basically what? Quiet. With no need to, have a live generator, burning gas, you choking off the gas. Again, another conversation for another day, but I'll be happy to share that with y'all if y'all want to get some more information on that.
Yeah, you seen what he did in Book of Eli when Denzel Washington had that old radio.
Boom.
A charger for it.
That's one of my favorite movies too.
Yeah.
Denzel crushed it in that movie.
Yeah.
Right? So again, I'm just saying, man, these are basic things though, because guess what? It has more use case than you wait for a doomsday scenario.
Thanks.
I just invested in, a nice little boat for myself. Running lithium. Right? I don't have to worry about having to deal with a big heavy lead acid battery that, have the ability to leak chemicals all up. Look, the technology in some cases does have a use case. Others, it could be a little bit more catastrophic and devastating and costly. The cost of this stuff has came down substantially. You can have what they call emergency home power system set up less than $1,000 today. And it'll carry you, if you learn how to maintain a profit, it'll carry you for days on end.
Mm-hmm.
Without having to do anything special. You need to make sure at least that the sun comes out at least out of 3 days or 4 or 5 days, at least 1 day out of 4 or 5 days when you can recharge that system. That's something to think about, right? Because again, that's why they also mad at, it's a gift and a curse. I just, another conversation for another day, but let's finish out here because we're going to close out in a minute.
Because Jay-Z was acting like he was for the culture. He had Frank Ocean singing on his song. Frank Ocean is from New Orleans. He said, because the water drowned my family, the water makes my blood, the water tells my story, the water knows it all. They're talking about our people's struggle from hundreds of years ago, but the same words are true for Katrina. See, years ago, Hollywood spoke out for Katrina because a Republican president was in office, George W. But Hollywood is silent right now because they don't want to make Biden and Kamala look bad.
Spare you.
This sister right here, she's telling the truth, 100%.
But yeah, they're not getting this one again. There's no freaking way. And I think they don't even care anymore. They're just doing it in our face at this point. So everyone vote and vote some more. I do believe that at this point, we are so far gone economically that we're never going to be the same. Well, we know that. We'll never be the same. And even if Trump is put in office, it's still going to be an uphill battle. But I know one thing. It ain't going to be nearly as uphill as if we kept this administration in. That is literally like shooting ourselves in the foot.
I don't know what's more upsetting, knowing they gave all our money away for these stupid wars and to illegals, or their dismissive attitude. But see, Kamala, she's been dismissive towards Black folks. Joe Biden, he's also been dismissive. This time they're treating everybody like Black people. I'm assuming they're making everybody equally uncomfortable, except for the illegal immigrants coming in the country on that app or from the border. Yeah, they're all doing just great. I guess they only want Americans to suffer. Let's go ahead and get the conversation started. Let me know what you think about this below. I want to.
So again, this is where we at. This is where we at, guys. It's interesting again, walking through this stuff and seeing how, they're gonna play this out. How they're gonna, either gonna crash out or it's something that we're just not seeing. I'm like anybody else. I've unturned a lot of different stones, looked a lot of different places trying to figure out what's the angle here, what's the objective here, right? I'm talking to people, and the one golf course I go to sometimes, and a couple of guys be there, and we just be talking about little stuff like that. We're watching this stuff happen from both perspectives, and it's like you can't. There's no way you can kind of draw a line down the middle of what you're really experiencing in a rational way where, it's settling to the point where you can say, okay, well, yeah, this too will pass at a point where it won't be as a degradation on society as much as we want to, think it could be, right? Like the discomfort that you're feeling now, it really is only for a short term, then it'll work its way out, right? That's not the case. Because you're having people literally, spit in your face and tell you that it's rain. You got people telling you that, you're going to be taken care of, keep paying into the system. And then they're literally taking your money, doing other things with it. They're proving to you that they're bad, fiduciary responsible people by being insolvent, but these are supposed to be some of the world's top greatest, economic PhDs and think tanks that are really supposed to be there to help, the government through, consulting so they can, be more proficient in their job. And everybody is failing purposely, or they're just that much more incompetent than what we really thought they were. Like, which is it, right? Which is it? It can't be, again, it makes no sense to sit here and provide cover for these people. Like, remember I used to make this analogy back in the days when we used to go live a lot. And you said, when you hear people say, and again, no swipe against the people who love sports. I know y'all finna come for me, but I gotta say it. That's like you getting all hot and bothered and sweaty and emotional about a sports franchise team that you claim to be yours. That's my team. And the first thing I'm gonna say, are you getting a residual check? Are they sending you any kind of, financial gain for your emotional investment into these people?
Right.
What is your payout for being invested in emotion, as opposed to you understanding how to collectively, divert your attention to something that's more what? Tangibly resource, latent. What's the benefit? Well, that's what you're dealing with right now in terms of thinking about, i.e. Republican or Democrat, right? Again, two wings on the same buzzer. One is probably just a little bit less abrasive than the other. And right now we know which one is very abrasive. That's just what it is.
Right.
You play this game with yourself and act like, your political affiliation is like a religion, because that's how people that turn politics to. It's the new religion. It is the new religion, as sad as it is. And it should be about what? Being able to learn how to acquiesce or utilize your government properly so you can what? Benefit from its what? Its agency.
Yep.
But it's become something more radical than that now. And so I'm just saying, like, again, this is my declaration. I've been independent going on near 12 plus years, independent voter basis. I understand what that looks like now, even more so coming this further into my investment career and realizing the power of leverage and understanding, quid pro quo, getting something for something. You have to be silly. And I'm speaking to Black people because I know we have the generational curse of doing what? Very backwards things and hoping that we'll get maximum benefit from it.
Yep.
Practicing insanity. Voting Democrat just because someone hand me down you that what? Ideology, because it was the play back in their day. And yet, here they are in their golden right ages and they ain't really benefit from it at all. So that is the level of insanity at this point in the game. You need to understand, as a body politic, your greatest power is your independence. Why? Number one, you're the only person in this country that cannot be deported. You cannot be deported if you are 100% grassroots Black American. That says something more than it does it to a lot of people who try to make it minuscule. It says a lot. That means that your collective bargaining or your power, especially on this side of civil rights and voting right laws and things of that nature, gives you the ability to use your block in a very powerful way if you learn how to work together. And you don't even have to form the level of a super PAC like an AIPAC that of Israel, of that nature, where you can just constantly buy people off. If you can move elections just by your vote alone without even really putting no money out there on the donor side, imagine if you just start directing that vote towards interests that benefit you. But see, this is why it's a very it's a very, very frowned upon value when you get out there and gain a little knowledge and begin to share it with everybody, and especially people that look like you and start looking at you all funny, because y'all know it's an old saying back in the days, right? Black people hate a what? A smart mouth what? Negro.
Yeah.
Or someone who's perceived to have what? Knowledge, right?
Yep.
Because it's no, you gotta shut up and stay in the fold with everybody else.
You think you better than somebody.
You think you better than someone else. See, that's generational, that's a generational curse.
Yep.
Of poverty and shaming and deliberately miseducating you so you never aspire to be nothing more than the status quo of everybody that's inside the what? The herd, the sheep, the crowd. That day and that ship is sailing away. It ain't completely sailed because we still have a class of people, of elders who are still gatekeeping it in the way. And we're watching it across the country. Y'all been seeing it like I have with all these reparation commissions that are just popping up all of a sudden. Where do y'all think a lot of that energy came from? You think these people just woke up one day and say, let's finally start thinking about paying restitution to people that we've harmed the most? Or was that a move by grassroots people? That's grassroots that enacted all this energy around the country with that perspective now. Grassroots 100%. People who are daring to defy the status quo. But guess what? That not only translates into benefits that are owed to you and your ancestry, but in terms of how you value and look at your government going forward. So this is colorless in this perspective. What I'm saying next is that when it comes to government or agency, your body politic is now based upon your what? Your citizenry as an American, period. Because again,
yep,
take tax dollars from everybody. Race, color, creed, sex, gender, orientation, midget, humpback. If you pay taxes, you got to say so in this so-called what? Republic, or this corporation called America. And if you don't know how to leverage that, and you're just practicing benign neglect, or you're playing a game of let me sabotage everybody else because my emotional attachment to my political party is much more important than my benefit or tangible gain, then you are part of the problem. Because you can't make a conscious decision why you would go hard body for a situation or a party that has not delivered their managerial or fiduciary responsibility to benefit your life beyond a feeling. Feelings do not feed your family, period. If someone comes to you and tell you vibes over tangibles, you slam the door in their face harder. Look, you slam that door so hard that the backdraft hit them on the way to their car. Like, you don't get out my face with that foolishness. Because that's what you're seeing right now. Let a natural disaster happen in if you don't believe it. Because you run into these people and guess what they're saying? Look, I got you $750. That gonna be enough? Bro, I just watched you give $8 billion the other day to somebody outside my country. I just watched you give this illegal family the other day a 5-star apartment, all the rent and utilities paid for at least 2 years. And you ain't got nothing for me? People need to wake up. Stop letting their emotion dictate their financial value. That's not how the real world works. A lot of us will sleep until we woke up. Meaning we start putting empirical data at the top of our focal point to give us a more objective lens on how we need to look at the world. Not just our local community, but the world as a whole. Because we understand that this world that we in as of right now, a service and product-based society, you need to learn how to leverage it in some form of a fashion. And we know without ownership, asset ownership, then you are literally the walking dead. You can have, look, you can aspire and become one of the greatest, whatever it is, and gain.
Oh, go. I was gonna ask you, can we go a little further with that, with even with land ownership, because we have a lot of our people have ownership, but they're not doing anything with it. So that economic development value, we really have to learn how to capitalize on our own assets.
Pulling the equity out of it, essentially. And that's just, a prerequisite to understanding how to utilize that what you have. Be it, family passed down or starting from the ground up, break a generation curse, and you becoming the first homeowner inside your family. You hear people stories like that every day. I'm the first to go to college in my family, and this happened on the other side of the 21st century.
Or create these housing developments on that land and make money off of them, lease it out. Like
40, 50 years post civil rights, when they were still doing eminent domain after even civil rights, in places like California and this, they were just doing it in California with Bruce Beach. That was all Black family owned. It's part of the Hamptons up there. Black families owned a lot of that up there. And they got hit with eminent domain. So that stuff is still happening to this day. So guess what? That has upset a lot of citizens where they like, no, we see it coming. If they see, for the most part, you study and know about your eco. But guess what? Hurricane hit you, that's a whole other different can of worms. You get priced out by natural disaster because they hit you with so many provisions. The insurance company in on the scam. They're waiting for you to go insolvent so they can swoop in and what? Pennies on the dollar.
Yep.
They tried it through inflation, taxed you out. People couldn't pay their bills that had, they ain't learned from the GFC in terms of adjustable rate mortgages. Inflation hit, rent go through the roof, mortgages go through the roof. You went from a 3 to a 9% on the mortgage. And your wages haven't increased no more than 0.3%. How are you gonna pay for that? Crazy society. It's a reason why OnlyFans market cap ballooned overnight.
Facts.
This is tangible evidence. It's not even a joke. OnlyFans margins went through the roof. The margins on a cam connectivity. That's like you pay, a prepaid. You get a prepaid card to keep it in there on long enough where you can get on there and show a little skin, and you can pull in thousands of dollars.
Maybe back in 2020.
So get over. What's that? I'm sorry.
Was it in 2020? It shoot up overnight? You saying?
This was last year.
I posted. I dropped a link on my page maybe a few weeks ago. Might have been that.
Yeah, I did too. I posted their numbers, their P&L and everything.
Yeah, they report earnings report.
Yeah,
through the roof. The money was so good. You had celebrities, rappers, and actors going to OnlyFans. What's that one girl?
OnlyFans on the stock market. Is it on the stock market?
Not yet. They're trying to go public though. They're trying to underwriters are trying to get them to go public.
Bro, what are they waiting for? They've been active for the last 7-8 years.
But see, this is
2020 when everybody started ramping up on it. They should have gotten it the next year, 2021. We're in 2024, and they still not in the market yet.
Well, here's the thing: the only reason you go public is that you really want to bring in a board where you can have people run your business. If you're doing good without that, that means just more money for you to take in yourself. You don't have to split with nobody else. So then need to do that yet. That's why they're not running to go public. Typically, when a company goes public, they're in need of capital.
Right.
Or their business plan is so good, they can expand a lot faster if they get the public involved. Right. Those are the only two reasons why you will go public as a company. But if you're doing good without that, and your margins are super like that, because all you need is connectivity.
Yeah.
Anything else?
They're in the billions.
There'd be no purpose of going public. Keep everything private.
Exactly. The ownership is through the what? The somewhat of the what? The secondary owners, right? That'll be what? A 1099. You agree in the kind of, you get a 1099 to get on your cam and make money. We just collect our fees off the back end, and you get all that upside.
It's like a private placement, and then you got like accredited investors.
Yeah.
And then you may, have some non-accredited investor if they got the capital to invest, but mostly it's, people with money. So
right. And so they ain't in a rush to do it, but they margins is through the roof.
Yep.
But there's no product. There's no, you need to maintain a solid server. That's all they're doing. They just paying, and they probably rent the server. I'm not even convinced that they probably bought their own servers. They probably rent the server through like somebody else, like a Cisco, whomever, Oracle, whatever, and they just getting all the upside. But
man, that's careless. They need to have their own service right now, man. If they're making billions, I would do that. What the hell?
Possibly, but they probably ain't worried because the infrastructure behind a lot of these companies that offer service systems like that, they already had a firewall in place and cybersecurity in place that they ain't got to invest in all that. That's why I said it's more margin when you don't have to worry about that upkeep because the other companies already got firewall in place. They already got checks and balances. And it's crazy when you think about it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you would think they would just, run it, but that's what I'm saying. That's when you know that, again, we're in that level of society now where scenarios like that are relevant and prevalent over that of building or harboring the level of intent to educate the public to be more forward thinking in terms of how they need to look at their position as citizens in the country to benefit the nation in terms of putting out people who are going to better our infrastructure, better our educational system, better our governance perspective, and then we are able to sustain as a society. You don't have that. You have a lot of service-based, feel-good entities that are now convoluting people's ability to understand survivorship. Their level of survival is based upon if they can't go to McDonald's, if they can't make it to Walmart and get toilet paper. Like they're not thinking no more than that, because sometimes creature comforts can become debilitating to a person. They can handicap you. Remember when we said that about the cell phone, evolution of the cell phone? Now you've been reduced to the point where you can't even remember 5 family members' phone numbers off the top of your head. If we tell a person to do that now, they'll crash out maybe on one number. Done. They done. They can remember mama, name, brother, or brother. But they had to remember 5 to 6 family members' phone number, they done it. When we were kids growing up with the rotary phones, bruh, you can remember like 30 people's phone numbers. I'm not making that up, and I'm not being hyperbolic. I used to remember, everybody's phone, aunties, uncles' numbers. I used to know all these numbers in my head. Go to that punch phone on the corner somewhere, or a rotary phone and sit there, yank, yank, yank. Let me call my uncle so-and-so in Tampa. Let me call my auntie over here. Let me call uncle so-and-so. Let me call my cousin. You just remember them numbers. Right? Because we understand the power of mnemonic value, mnemonic value when you learn how to write stuff down. That's why you tell you write stuff down. It's memory and the stroke of your penmanship. Your body retains your memory better when you are in the active value of engaging all the senses of your body. So your visual, all that. So we're becoming a dumbed down society is my point. So services are now becoming the new way or the cash cow to go in your pocket. They want you entertained more so than they want you educated. So that's where
this is a service economy. So obviously, it makes sense.
Even more.
But you see that's the danger of what they call the dumbing down society by John Gados, educator, and a lot of other books that have been talking about this for over 30 more years. That when society gets to this point, you already know that we are already in the collapse system. Okay. And the only thing now we're seeing the after effects now when the real greater collapse happens. People are, they get what's due to them, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a tragic, bro. And I'm just happy for a lot of ways where we still have some people out there who are honest about their growth, who's honest about their situation in the now. And that's why we always tell people we get excited, when we have people who are, whether they know any of this stuff or not, but they have the mental fortitude to tell themselves, you know what, I got to do something different. Even if it's at a small rate, a small inkling of change, that's better than doing the same thing over and over. Because again,
insanity.
Exactly. Your backstop is very, very it's very feeble, right? If you don't come from money or you don't have, the ability to leverage opportunity, because again, it costs money to make money, especially even if you're doing it through the job environment. You got to spend money on resumes and upkeep and things of that nature. I mean, it's a lot easier now, all the chat GPT stuff, But again, a lot of those infrastructure-based jobs
for trading analysis, African porn, ChatGPT, or those stuff AI systems.
You said, are they what trade? Say
No,
again?
have you ever used the AI systems to help facilitate some trades or just to do more research?
I have put in queries to get information about markets. I got a buddy of mine. Matter of fact, you know I'm over Brandon Chris. Y'all been in the Discord, but Jacob, you know,
I don't think I'm on your Discord. Where's the Discord at?
No, this is something different, brother. It's
that's the Discord, but this one particular one,
okay.
Jacob, he actually is a coder. He does code, so he algorithm to be able to trade the market.
Yep.
Now learn how to he correlated it with ChatGPT, right? Because when the early rollouts of ChatGPT, like ChatGPT, you want version 1, right? It was very antiquated. Man was doing a lot of goofy stuff, even with Grok and all. Well, not Grok, but Bart. You know, who had the one Bart? Google, right? Google had Bart. Yeah. It was a lot of goofy stuff, like who was the first black president? It was a black guy they put out, or Adam. But I'm saying, obviously, it has progressed since then. But it was people out there putting out those. They were kind of putting in different queries to kind of figure out how can it read the market, right? So I remember putting in some queries early on, like doing, version 1, and it was giving me some vague information, but it was giving me like what we get when we were using the Discord way back in the day, right? Remember, you used to put in the code, like exclamation, the ticker symbol, and it give you the information on the company, like the float, all that kind of stuff like that. Well, of course, it has progressed way since then. Now, those companies like Discord, this, that, and the third, they were already there, right? They was already having generative AI models inside of their business, right? That's before ChatGPT was always a thing. It was already out there. We wasn't new to it. We already knew we wasn't new to AI, right? Matter of fact, I even go a step further. When the ICO craze kicked off in 2017, right? 2018, when ICOs were going crazy, like all for crypto, a lot of companies that was trying to get people, to invest in them, a lot of those were AI-based companies, because we know as a whole, the blockchain in itself is what? It's generative, right? It's generative what? Data computing, right? It's the online ledger that what? Fixes and corrects itself. It's immutable for that reason. That's why people want to be a part of it, right? It's self-correcting. That means it separates the human frailty out of what? Out of the math. That was AI, right? So a lot of those startup companies like One Chain, this, that, and the third, they were AI companies. These were smart people, like professors, whatever, from Canada, China, everywhere. They were putting in code and coming up with these different ICOs to solve those different problems, right? But you say that's why I'm a big proponent of Ethereum, right? I like smart contracts, ERC20, right? Smart contract, it handles a lot of the work that governments need to what? To transfer onto a scenario like that, because it separates what? The ability for them to what? Fudge and what? Lie about the numbers, what you're getting now with the administration, how they lied about, employment numbers. That's another conversation, right? But they're literally fudging and cooking the books to make themselves look good, but it's at the detriment of what? You and your tax dollars.
Right.
So that's the whole point about, understanding the complexity of how this stuff works. So it all works in tandem to the grand scheme of how this system is starting to really crack and fade. And it's showing you its failure through what? The incompetency of what? The leadership. So natural disaster is just one aspect of it. That's before you can get into cyber warfare. That's before you get into other things in terms of the grid breaking down, infrastructure is weak, you don't have proper allocation for it. And then you piping in people from other countries and saying that, okay, well, what is the backdrop of the GDP based upon that influx of people? It's inflationary, number one. Bringing in illegal people is inflationary.
Right.
It is not asset deficit, reduction. It is inflationary because it costs you money to put these people into the society to figure out what their output will look like over what set period of time. Once you acquiesce them into what? The society. It costs money. As I say, it's scared money don't make money, but this is not money you don't want to invest in if you're gonna overlook your own people based upon what? Because the jobs that these people come in to get, they are not AI jobs.
Right.
I'm about to tell you that. They're crops. They're lower level what? Maintenance-based jobs, things that they can give those jobs to what? Managers that need them people right now.
Yeah.
If cabinet, they're coming in with any kind of special interest. They're coming in to undercut what? You. So corporation can make more what? Profit.
Right.
This is a money grab. This ain't about doing the right thing. These people ain't coming from war-torn countries. The only country over there kicking up that kind of dust right now, maybe at most, is what? Venezuela?
Yeah.
But everybody else, they can't claim asylum if your country ain't under what? Immediate war.
Right.
They going through immediate war. That's because it's been what? Sanctioned to death and destabilized by outside forces. They have a more adequate claim than everybody else. So I'm just saying, I'm just breaking it down in the most basic way that people are already seeing it themselves. They just don't want to say it because they got to go clock in, and deal with Mr. Charlie and this foolishness. It's crazy that people don't want to kind of say nothing about this stuff, and they just gonna watch it unfold. But hey, that's why people like us exist, because somebody got to be willing to make that comparative analysis and say there are different opportunities out there than what you're being, given, and you have other ways to try to sustain yourself in the event something happens, because you can't wake up in good faith and good conscience, and especially if you got a family, look your family in the face and tell yourself, look, I'm only going to be as effective as, what my job is willing to levy against me day to day that I wake up. If there's nothing else outside of that, meaning no asset ownership, no property ownership, things that you can pull equity out of or liquidate, then we need to start working harder and educating people. Society at large, meaning in terms of the Department of Education, that shit have been sealed. They ain't teaching people nothing. They ain't teaching people nothing. They teach you how to be a glorified employee. Period. Right?
But the employee think as actually outlive his purpose now.
Right.
So as time progresses, if people adapt, they make adjustments.
They have to. They ain't got no choice. Because if they don't get if natural disasters don't always, make you an unlucky, person on the end of it, the government gonna do their part to get you. It's like they're actively trying to destabilize you. They're actively trying to do it. It's not even up for debate at this point. They're literally looking you in your face saying, I dare you to complain. And guess what? I'm going to send another 30 billion overseas to Zelensky. Get excited. Vote for me this next day. That's what they're doing.
Vote for me and let me keep fucking ass.
Essentially, and they're telling you that your family members don't matter.
No, Diddy.
If you got any family members that's going through this horrible scenario right now, I know people are going through this right now. Thankfully, none of my immediate family is going through it, but I know some people going through this right now. Bro, it's hard on these people. They mental faculty can't handle all this stuff. They already got some bullcrap government to deal with. Now they got to deal with it at the level where they feel like they got to beg the same incompetent institutions or this infrastructure of agencies to help them. And that infrastructure just came out basically and told you to your face that they insolvent. Meaning they ain't got your money to do the will of what you're needing.
But it sure is use your money to fund some other endeavors.
Doing other stuff, backdooring so they can launder money. So that's what money laundering is. Y'all already know this stuff, but this is money laundering 101. People getting a crash course on what money laundering looks like, right? Draconian laws and measures in place and censorship to separate you from your constitutional rights that was obviously stated, through this republic. And then third, convincing you that ability to fight against it is futile. That's what they want you to believe. But we're here to break that. Now that's their lie. I'm old folks used to say back in the old days. Right, the fake devil is a lie. I'll just say that. Right? Devil is a lie, and we know who the true devils are. Right. So again, guys, y'all know what it is. Y'all just say, stay ready, guys. Stay hungry. Stay. Keep your ears to the ground. Right. Don't separate yourself from reality. Educate people around you, man. I'm telling y'all, we are the village, man. What little knowledge that you think you may have that you may think that's not worthy, you'd be so much surprised in figuring out how valuable that information is. Keep building on it, keep sharing it, right? You're going to learn as you go because the market has a way of it's evolution, right? You're dealing with services and products. You're dealing with tangible what? Money in the now. You're dealing with commodity, variations in the now. You're seeing all these things in real time while most people out there doing what? Head in the cloud, listening to some music, they just somewhere else. They're not tracking this stuff. Because to them, they feel like it'll get ironed out through what? Agencies, through government. And now they're figuring out that why are you gonna put all that trust in these people? Crooks. And when they said about Jimmy Nixon, he was a crook. He was so bad that they were hitting him so hard, he came out and stepped on a press conference and said to himself, I am not a crook. I am not a crook. He was sitting there staring out in front of American people, telling everybody not a crook. If he had to say that, that means he was a what? He was a crook.
He was old crook, man.
What you're seeing right now with this administration. And it be at both sides, Republican and Democrat, each other. Again, one of them are just maybe a little bit more unabrasive than the other. That's all it is, two wings on the same buzzer. But like the sister was saying, you still got to get out there, either vote the couch, which I will be doing, me personally, that's just me. I will be voting couch 2024, meaning for nobody. Because I don't see any policies and tangible benefits that's going to benefit me. It's the same status quo. But if you are going to vote, be level-headed, don't be emotional. Think about your immediate effect. What's the immediate effect to your livelihood? Go back and do the back testing. Investors and traders, go do the back testing.
So you're voting for Kamala 2024?
Go back and look and see what it was like, 52 weeks ago, right? 104 weeks ago, right? 154 weeks ago, right? 100 and what? 206 weeks ago. That's 4 years.
Yep. Got to do that back test.
Do the back testing. That's how you make sure your what? Your back door is what? Clean.
Yep.
Before you walk to that what? That door in front of you. So that's just reality, man. You got to understand these things and take it serious because there's no one coming to your financial savings. No one. Again, prove me wrong. I always tell people, prove me wrong. I'm like, who that was the other day? I was watching a video with, it was, what's the girl named? Candace Owens. She said she put $1,000 for anyone to bring to her any kind of information that's different than what she's able to uncover. She was pulling back the genealogy of Kamala Harris. She pretty much didn't, man, it's another conversation for another day. But anyway, it's like when y'all hear brothers on the country community, I got $1,000 someone can prove me wrong. Who that Chief X always doing it? I got $1,000 somebody can prove me wrong.
Yeah.
Prove me wrong.
Yep. Facts.
So I'm just saying.
So African.
Okay.
So you said Kamala Harris, you vote for 2024. Want to win all the way, don't it?
Now I'm so independent, man. I ain't never been independent that I can. I'm so independent right now. But I got the body and the brain, and I'm independent. Boy, you got to come with it to get some of this here. So you got to come with it even. Get me to look your way. That's how independent I am right now. But I'm like, one of them dogs, when it's only one male dog and there's a whole lot of female dogs in heat. That's how independent I am right now. Like, bro, know what my directives are, my goals are. Because you can't let these people keep what? Again, peeing on you and telling you that it's raining. We're grown people. Guys, think about that. We grown behind people. We watched our parents go through a lot of this stuff. We watched them sit up a minute night trying to figure out, how they gonna make things happen sometimes. You had two parents in the home and maybe you might have been a little well off than maybe some of your neighbors. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, when things happen, life is a roller coaster, right? It's a lot of variables. Things happen. Right? And anytime you have a setback or the perceived value of a setback, be it tangible, right? It should never be emotional, though, to the point where you can't pull yourself up quicker, right? Emotions should be able to fade faster than you think. We're not talking about death and things like that. We're talking about things that are, more superficial than they are tangible, right?
Trivial things.
The bottom line, don't spend too much time on it. That's what you do. They want you to be, stuck on stupid, essentially. I hate to say it that way, but that's the whole game plan. It's a propaganda game plan. It's the reason why you have whole journalists that have gone to school to learn how to be objective, who have now turned communists. And they're dictating you through propaganda, and they saying, no, I'm just gonna pick a side, I'm gonna be very partisan, and I'm just with this side. Meaning this side can do no wrong, and whenever they do wrong, I'm not gonna cover it. That's what you're getting right now. That is the propaganda.
Yep, propaganda.
Tell you everything except the truth. When people lie on you, got a cheating, partner or a spouse, and you know that they done you wrong and cheat on you. And
everywhere I go.
Y'all get what I'm saying? That's what it is, guys. You gotta separate yourself from that foolishness, man. You're not gonna make it survive being stuck in an area, an environment where you can't focus and function. So I'm gonna leave it at that again. I'm gonna be back on again. God knows it's been a minute. Again, so much still I have to explain and share with you guys. Again, I've been taking a needed break for a reason. I tell you all that much. I had some death in the family and some sicknesses, and I just needed a break. And but things are, a little bit more better on this side now, and I'm a little bit more, stable in my position to be able to kind of get on and do these things. And it was a timing thing as well in some cases as well. I do have an elementary kid, so that takes a lot out of it too. But again, I'm excited, that we've gotten through. We went through a whole crash course for literally like 5 or 6 years. We were just going hard, and a lot of information was disseminated. And then we had a chance to see it play out. And guess what? Now we're up against another election, right? So this is like the second, or basically the third election post-Obama. But it's like the second real election in terms of a lot of you guys who've already been learning how to be invested in the market, how to use this information when administrations come in or go out, what are their policies and their agendas, how to look at those things from a monetary perspective. We knew when Biden came in what his game plan was all about. We knew that he was coming in talking about what? Climate change. We knew he was coming talking about all this stuff. We knew
that's irrelevant. That doesn't help people put money in their fucking pocket.
Right, unless you understand how to use, if you're a leveraged person who got leverage and investment skills, you know how to use that, because they already telling you that at the end of the day, that money is going to power brokers, meaning investors who know how to utilize that. Because every time it happens, guess who always benefits from it? The investor class.
Yeah.
The American people never really benefit from it. Again, they told you they had what? Like $54 billion for climate change initiative. And
yep.
Out of 3 years, basically 4 years now with the end of the presidency, they built only 7 charging stations around the whole country. And they told y'all that we were going to be carbon neutral by 2030, 2035. It is 2024, people. How are you going to get 360 million people to have all EVs, and they only got what? 7 charging stations around this big old country?
Because one of the initiatives they haven't hashed out yet was the carbon waste. Where are they going to store that waste? And so they're trying to get heirs properties, particularly in the rural area where our folks are at, to give up to allow them to come on their property and store that carbon waste. So they haven't been able to crack the code on that initiative. As a matter of fact, one of our grantors from the north have been trying to crack the code in the south to try to get people to get them to store the carbon waste on their property so that they can be able to do more. And people are not buying into it. And that's why I mentioned earlier in reference to when you was talking about the property being an asset and people being able to use it, leverage it for your own use, because if not, they're coming in and they're looking at a lot of rural property to take over for that particular reason, which is storing carbon waste, which has to do with your carbon initiative.
Oh, that is right. It's called intergovernmental way.
Yep.
So you got EPA and an ocean.
Yep.
And someone telling you that this
and DOE. Don't forget about DOE.
Yep. Make it make sense. So again, they was not, again, that's what you call incompetency.
Yeah. If you look at if you guys Google that initiative around EPA and DOE and Department of Commerce, Department of Administration, there's a lot of funding on capacity building with the conversation centered around consent-based siting. And the consent-based siting is knowledge around where they can go and store nuclear waste and carbon, in particular carbon waste, because that's the next big fold of initiative. And so that they're looking for places to come. And in particular, they're coming into undeserved communities, in the rural communities. You may see undeserved, marginalized, low income, those type of things. So when y'all see it coming in your community and your people who own property, they need to know what that is. That's what they're coming to find out if you're going to say yes. And they're coming by way of sharing information.
Yeah.
And they're not trying to come in, they're not trying to get you to, but if you read the rules and the regs, it says that it just has to be cited somewhere that somebody gave consent. And where that's at, you're going to have some knowledgeable person, and they're going to mess around, coming in, they're going to store your communities. And with that carbon storage or that waste storage comes health problems and mental issues and public health issues. So if you look at Department of Health, Department of Science, EPA, Department of Energy, and you look where all that funding is being funded through, it's because of what AE is talking about now, is the carbon initiative. And why they haven't been able to get it out was because they don't have nowhere to put that waste, because they're not going to put it in their community.
And you got too many what they call social justice warriors out there. They do it in good faith, or they just doing it because they need something to kind of, pass that on to make themselves look important. We thought that when we talked about even the LGBTQIA community, how they just came out of nowhere and they were going to kind of sequester and secure all these different funding only because they would use the statute to kind of, utilize civil rights initiatives that our ancestors fought for to gain benefit and traction. And now they're a whole organization.
Oh, hold on then. While you brought that up, civil rights. So if you look up,
I don't know. I got the.
You got to think. Look up the where the Supreme Court just denied. Louisiana had a case going that where the civil court just denied environmental justice. Not to use the civil right. I think the lawsuit was to use the Civil Rights Act to keep EPA from coming and store the nuclear waste and and carbon waste and all of that, and the Supreme Court just struck it down. So they're going into Louisiana, Mississippi as a pilot program to, and you know all of the plants that are down there.
Yeah, that's oh man, I know. I saw when they did up there in Delaware with Dow. I remember, I lived up in Maryland, and I remember, man, it's so much, and it's like what I say. I've been looking at stuff like, okay, when they put out these initiatives, when I see this on their letterheads and they're within their within their these little charters or what, not even charters, these mandates that they're trying to kind of put forth as elected officials, and you be like, okay, well, what's the angle with this? Like, what do they know that we haven't been able to kind of track ourselves? Even when, again, the environment side has always been finicky, right? That's why you have all this, when people look at that stuff and they say, okay, well, how are they gonna pull this off? Right, because you got to get around all this, the people who are paying governments, meaning the fossil fuel types, right? You got the fossil fuel type, and you got the clean energy initiative type. That's going to go on for quite a while,
right?
Right, you talking about you got to retrofit an entire grid, not just state, but because if it's at the federal level, that means it has to be what? Federal.
Yes, and be federal funded. Yep. Has been federally funded, and we are blinded by the job creation. So they run a narrative on job creation, how much jobs is going to bring this, that, or whatever. At the same time, you're getting partisan, you're getting bamboozled, you get pushed out your lane. Yeah,
until they can really give you. But at least I would say, at least we talk about, when we always talk about science, we're dealing with what? We're talking about percentages, right? And anything that's sub 70% value, in my opinion, at this day and age of technology and intelligence, it's not good. Meaning there's going to be some kind of drawback to this, right? Hence, that's why you have all these medical, like you was alluding to. Like, you cannot trust these people at this point in the game, because they will rush an experimental vaccine and tell you that your consent in terms of emergency use authorization, which that's the clause they use, which is under the government statute, that they are not responsible for whatever happens to you, but we're forcing you, or we're literally, mandating you that you need to take this, right? That it's again, it's in your best interest. And yet,
ain't that something? And you know what people did? People didn't take it.
A lot of people did, unfortunately. Again, I know we can talk about that one definitely alone. We can go, man.
Unfortunately, I did.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that to say that, just making that correlation.
Oh my God! Hope it ain't cause you injury, man. You got some.
No, I have an autoimmune, so it was a two-way story for me. So it was like either get caught slipping, maybe not. So I just took the risk, and I done been vaccinated so much with the military. I was just like, shit. It's just,
you should be a super soldier right now.
Personal. I'm not putting it out there in terms of a personal. Right? I'm just telling you. I'm using that based upon the government overreach, right? The draconian measures that they put forth after the fact that it was more hyperbolic than it was substance and science. And so the main people who were championing the science and who were in science wars, they were overlooking the value of empirical science as we know it to be through a FDA process where you have phase trials, phase 1, 2, 3, and then you got to go through a committee, which we know that to be a PDUFA board, and then you go through get FDA clearance. That way you kind of do all your checks and balances. That was not the case. A lot of people, whether they knew that or not going into that, which we knew it, a lot of the people didn't, it became a shadow match because people got emotional about the idea of the outbreak because they might have known someone they got affected by it, and they were just moving from a place of emotion. It was not based upon empirical science because a lot of people didn't even know what mRNA science was even all about. They were just, fantasizing. There's not a lot of, conjecture about what it is. But beyond that, again, they use that to kind of put a lot of pressure on the citizenry in a way where they were able to benefit from it. Meaning the upper crust, right? The upper crust benefited from all that chaos, right? It's the whole bullets and the bandits theorem all over again. So be it through conventional warfare, be it through bio warfare, be it through natural disaster, weaponizing natural disasters. Be it through weaponize the court system against people in their states and this, that, and the third, be it through a lot of different things. We're seeing that the way that things are going are not, again, conducive to having people, I should say their value in terms of their mobility is not looking good for a lot of people going forward. You have to get in the mindset again. I got to close with this because I got to go, guys. I'm sorry, I want to go in.
I'm gonna let you go.
Gotta go. I've been in a little longer, but I will say this: we're gonna be back on again. We'll have this conversation again. We're coming up on the election. I already kind of posited that stuff to myself. I said we can already go into the election. It's a good time to start coming on and having conversations about market. Good time comes to start having things about conventional things that we need to start focusing on, and some unconventional values like I was speaking about earlier, even with off grid batteries and stuff like that. That's just social stuff, but it's also about survivorship too. But I close with this, guys. You guys already kind of know what it is. Again, I know I'm preaching to the choir with most of you all. We have our little circles. Y'all have other circles in your own right, and that's fine. But always, stand on your principles. Do your research. Due diligence equals dollars, as we always have said many, many times again. Don't separate yourself from information. And not only that, again, it's up to you to be stewards of this game, right? You are the vanguard. Y'all know how this goes. You are the vanguard. And they're going to need you guys more than y'all think right now because, again, a lot of people are not prepared financially to what to look for going forward to this next particular election. Regardless of whoever wins, they've already kind of shown their hands already. That's the whole point of debate. They kind of figure out what are they going to be investing most of their presidency in. You need to be right in front of that and saying, okay, what do I need to look for in terms of my portfolio, right? Utilize that. Share it with your family members. Get them excited about other ways to look at, governance or sovereignty through their own right, as opposed to waiting on a sorry behind government to backstop them, right? So I'll leave it at that, guys. So any last words what you guys got?
No, get out of here. I've been here for I don't know how long I've been here. 4 hours.
About 4 hours. I gotta get out of
here. And man.
Man, this is I'm glad you came on, Oba. We talk offline sometimes, but that live is something different, man. I sent some of the videos to one of my homeboys. He was like, man, I gotta meet this brother. I was like, yeah, that's how it is, man. When we get on, we go in. So, the message is being spreaded, my brother, and it's good to have you, get on, even though you got your personal stuff going on too. So Definitely glad to have you back, man.
Always close by. Just I may not can be there all the time, but y'all know I'm always close by. And y'all already know my MO. I'm one of those different, but I just stay in the lane and try to stay
and follow the money.
Yeah, that's it. Much as possible. So yeah. Any last words, Sister Monica? Oh, Dr. Monica Lamb. Myself. You earned it.
I just went. I mean, we got an initiative on the ground, and I'm just gonna keep you guys posted on how we're moving and how it's working out, and hopes that another community can do the same thing. But again, yes, follow the money, and go back to some of the well, I think it's only 2 of us that's military, but you might want to revisit some survival tactics and teach your kids how to maneuver in your area of living. Like, so I'm teaching my niece and nephew them how, direction, how to read a map, things of that nature. Don't rely on technology, and don't panic when it's in times of disasters, but also know the disaster plan. So let's not be so calm when things are calm. Things are going well, and the economy is open back up after the pandemic, and people are traveling, and then we're forgetting disasters are starting to hit again. I think it's been since 2015 since we had one in the Carolinas that affected to this magnitude. But now, like you were saying before, don't solely depend on government, but also have a plan. And then for those of you who can't have a plan fiscal wise, then you may want to look at a business initiative, nonprofit. If you can't afford the taxes, look at it from a nonprofit's perspective and start looking for capacity building grants so that you and a group of your friends can tap into some of this funding to help your community. Those around, when I say community, I mean those around you. I mean, I'm not there yet to help you out globally, but within these little blocks, we might can make something happen, and then we can kind of duplicate that process.
I think I'll be the first to say that you moving mountain, you changed a lot of people's initiatives, you changed a lot of people's lives. Information is power, and having it and being solid, and you've been consistent since day one. And that's what people look for. They look for consistency, right? That's like McDonald's been in business for how long, right? Their business have gone up and down, but they've been able to keep the power on. But again, a lot of what we do is obviously based upon a moral compass anyway, so it's different. So it's not about a profit. It's about more, of the information. And that's what I love about this, because it's never a situation where people can't, again, back test the information through empirical data and see what they can do. Even if they start their own initiative, but they're doing it from a different place, right? They're not doing it from a broken model and trying to see if they can prove it. Some people do that, and that's fine. You can take, a person got to put out a model, you figure out how to make it better, improve on it. Again, like BSL, where we make things better. And then other people can just kind of, come off and do their own thing. But whatever it is, again, I know all of what we do is in good conscience. So that in itself is more than anything. It's great, because you're not dependent upon someone else being shortchanged in order for you to be successful. You see what I'm saying?
Right. And we got one more. We got some trainings coming up, but I'm not gonna make it live, so I'm gonna have to make that private chat, because I'm gonna try to insert you all in, especially the one on November the 9th with one of the consultants from EPA that's coming in and to teach us how to submit a proposal and what they're looking for in proposals, because he's over like 80 million. So I'm gonna give y'all the inside scoop.
I love that. You know how it is. When we share that stuff, we got it, share live, and we just listen in. We know how to be cordial and quiet and soak up pain. That's one thing about us. We know how to hunt, right? We know how to hunt. We ain't crazy. We're not gonna be disrupted. Just let us, steal some notes, and again, information is power. Excited for that. Yeah. Over Brandon, last words, bro.
Man, nah, I'm just playing. Thanks for coming on, man. Thank you every time. We are always blessed when you come on and share your wisdom and give us different thoughts and everything like that. Thank you to everybody who jumped on, Mo for the information, Chris for the information. Brother Chaos. Thank you guys. It's been very informational. I've been over here writing notes, so that's why I was quiet.
Yeah, man.
Writing notes.
I saw him write note while I was on the line, right?
Man.
Gotta know how to, backstop, man. It's important to realize the importance of it. I know sometimes people, confuse these scenarios of random sessions or just people just getting on. Like, no, we are in a what they call a real information that turns into reality, type of environment, especially on the investment side. And then you got people who can help connect you to the money. Again, like people who connect to organizations that dole out grants, so this, that, and third. Again, I.e. Sister Monica and others. So, man, everything is relevant over here, man, and everything is in play. So I just implore people to take this information as always, and then go back test it, as we like to say, go back test it and see where it can, where it squares with you and where you can benefit from it or not, and keep plugging at it. So, hey, I'm all for it. So, thank you all, man. And again, we still got so much to talk about because, man, that whole Chicago scene, where do I start? I can go over days what I've been witnessing with that. And I'm just so happy to see a lot of those people that's there too, man. Y'all pushing back, boots on the ground. The sisters that I've been seeing going at some of those town hall meetings, lighting up Brandon Johnson, man. I cannot be more proud of those sisters. And it's just something out of a fiction novel watching all this stuff unfold. And these people actually think, American citizens are that much more sleep at the wheel, and they're not. It's just that before our collective voices hasn't been that echoed as much because a lot of us did take time off, or time away from going down to these city hall meetings and really being able to kind of get our voice out. But guess what? That days are over with. Boy, every time they even think about allocating some money, you're gonna have people down there saying what's going on, and that's it's born out of chaos, So yeah, y'all keep up the good work in Chicago, man. We're gonna talk about it because I have so many things I want to ask you about. What's going on up there, and man?
No, we most definitely will talk about that. I got some things I want to ask you guys.
Because y'all
your opinions on.
You in those environments, so you don't know more than anybody. So that's what you call a primary source. So I appreciate it, man. So yeah, Brother Matthew, we know you came in a little late. You got any last words, brother? It's good to see you in the building. You might be listening in. Oh, no, there you go.
That notification came through my phone. It was like I got the Holy Ghost.
Yeah, shake around, check the rug a little bit.
It's good to see all y'all on the live again, man. I don't be doing that. I just be working, man. That's it.
There ain't nothing wrong with that.
I know Monique be going live, but she don't ever send out that link to the live stream. So I just gotta catch it on YouTube.
I apologize.
You know what?
Don't worry, she be falling asleep anyway.
Well,
yeah, Dr. Monique Lamb.
Hey,
on the credentials.
Mo gotta redeem yourself. Hey. You gotta redeem yourself, Mo.
I gotta
to come on to when I can.
I used to fall asleep on AE all the time. He just keep going.
hey, Brandon, when she popped up and woke up.
I like you Voltron, man. We all kind of plug and play. We fill in where we can, and we just keep information rough. But I will say it again, I look at it in terms of, because you hear all this stuff about data collected and data harvesting now, and how people IP and all this stuff, they making a big deal of it because it was born out of necessity and post-COVID. But we put in a lot of hours, guys, pre-COVID and after COVID. We put out a lot of data. We got what's called a ton of metadata out there. If ever was a need to, to say that, we put out some information out on the airways and we did our part, we done some. We may not have been like some of the guys been out there 10, 20 years, but every little bit helps, right? It's a start. You start from somewhere, but there is some good data out there, and it's all based upon consciousness and data, empirical data, right? Not, that we know more than anybody else. That's not the case. We just pulled what we had in front of us, and we just used that, So I'm just excited that, that stuff is still out there. So again, go back and revisit it, guys, and extract from it. If you got family members, pull those excerpts, pull those sound bites, share it with them, and direct them where to go, what they may need to use in terms of how they can become better researchers, because that's what this is about as well, becoming better researchers, right? So I'm excited for it. So yeah, man. But no, thank you all, man. Good to see everybody in the building. Thank you, everybody that was in the chat. Brother I order, I see you. Who else is in there? Brother Big Boom in the building. We had somebody come through. Marvin 2.2. Thank you for coming through. Right, lighten up the chat a little bit. Happy to see you in the building. Providing content and helping us. Information too. Brother Rich B, we see you in the building as well. Some of you guys that might have tuned in. Sister G Deb in the building, seeing you as well. So again, I'll be back on again. Just again, we coming up on an election. I'll be able to find some time to get on. We got to definitely speak markets. I didn't get a chance to really go in on markets, but I'm sure y'all know how to. If anybody else learn how to follow the markets at this point, you guys definitely equipped and ready to know how to do that. Right? No secret there on how to cut on and check out, see what's going on with that. But we definitely start planning for the next particular tranche of money, because that's how we're gonna look at it. Neither Republican or Democrat, we're looking strictly at the money, because it's already gonna be misallocated. It's always gonna be a deficit spending. We know what these crooks gonna do. We just gotta make sure we try to get ahead of it and pull what we can from it through our own right, so to speak. And we'll leave it at that. All right. So that's it, guys. Thank y'all for tuning in. Peace, power, profit to the family. I appreciate you guys. And I'll connect with you guys on the next one.
All right. All right.
Peace.
Peace.
Have a good evening, everyone. Peace, everyone. Peace.